Ryan Sandberg invites you to participate in his Grand Park Kickball Extravaganza Saturday, September 22nd. To benefit families with children with serious medical conditions, visit rhinokidcare.org.
As dinner time approaches and you're deciding what to have, visit your local Culver's and taste how much we care.
Sliding deeper, closer to the bone. Don't you just wish your heart was made of stone? And when you think it's all over, it's not over. It's not over. When you think it's all over, it's not
the middle off the glove of Withers. Cubs win! Cubs win! 7-6 the final. They're going crazy.
Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, swing.
Should be a lot of fun tonight. It's a battle of two of the elite starters in the National League, Carlos Zambrano and Aaron Harang, as we greet you from the friendly confines tonight for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. What a win last night. We'll see what transpires here in Game 2. Hi again, everyone, and let's check in on the standings. National League Central, Cubs up a game on Milwaukee. The Brewers won as well last night. Tonight, Ben Sheets will go on short rest for the Brewers against rookie right-hander Felipe Paulino in Houston. And we're set for Cubs baseball. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Got to talk about that ninth inning and the fact that the Cubs were able to come from behind and steal one from the Reds.
Well, it started with a great at-bat by Ryan Theriot to draw the base on balls. Derek Lee, who was 1 for 19 before his at-bat, got a big base hit. And then Mark DeRosa, who was 1 for 8 lifetime against David Weathers, came up with the huge game winner, touching off a celebration the likes of which we have not seen at Wrigley Field for quite a while.
Some of the numbers for you. The Cubs are back to 500 in one-run games after beginning the year 2-12 in that department. They actually haven't come from behind and won in their last at-bat a lot compared to the rest of the majors. But that wire-to-wire wins department's interesting, isn't it?
It speaks to the fact that Cubs score early, and it also speaks to the fact the tail end of the bullpen has been really good when given a lead.
How about the pitching matchup tonight? Aaron Harang, one of the best starters in the league on a losing ball club. And for Big Z, he will work on short rest essentially for the first time.
Well, if familiarity breeds success, the Cubs should do well against Harang tonight. This will be his 5th start against the Cubs this year, the 2-1 record. Unlike most teams in the National League, the Cubs have actually banged him around a little bit this year, the ERA of .568.
Coming up, Carlos Zambrano coming off back-to-back wins on the trip. We'll pitch in the home pinstripes tonight. Cubs hosting the Reds next.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative Paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
When your vehicles are in need of service, drive to the Big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Values color made simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Your local area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com.
We've seen some great pregame handshakes. The forearm one's pretty good with Mike Fontenot. How about that? The pile driver, that's the new one.
Going to need a crowbar to get Mike Fontenot out of the dugout floor.
So Big Z is ready, and we are set for the Cubs hosting the Reds. And now the Reds Southwest starting lineup. As you saw last night, they can hit. And Norris Hopper is going to lead things off again tonight. Jeff Keppinger in that number 2 spot. Griffey, Phillips, Dunn with all the home runs. Encarnacion at third. Joey Votto with his first start of the series. Left-handed hitting first baseman. Javier Valentin also gets his first start. Aaron Harang will do the pitching.
All right, let's take a look at the Cubs defensively. Brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano, Jones, and Matt Merton in the lineup. You may remember Cliff Floyd fouled a ball off his right shin last night. Merton getting the start in right field. Ramirez and Terrio once again on the left side. DeRosa Lee once again on the right side. Jason Kendall behind the plate for the big right-hander Carlos Zambrano. Coming off 2 of his more inspired efforts of the year. You get a look at his numbers on the season. Meet the Pirates and the Cardinals. His last 2 starts, a total of 14 innings pitched, gave up only 6 base hits and 2 runs.
It's a hot one tonight, 82 degrees, but hitterish.
Oh, yeah.
With a wind gusting out. First pitch strike, and we're underway. Hopper had a hit and an RBI, scored twice, made a great catch in center, and almost made a game-saving grab on the ball hit by Ramirez to tie it. It ended up being a 2-run triple. How Hopper even got there, we'll never know, but he did, and he actually maybe overran it or overdived it, if that's a word.
Well, I used overdove last night, but we get the idea. He dove for the ball, and it actually went over his wrist. Well, you know, Len, talking about Zambrano coming back on 3 days rest. For me, it's always important for Carlos and any starter to try to be economical with your pitches, but even more so when you're working on 3 days rest. If there's ever a time you want to really rely on your defense to work behind you, just pound that sinker down low in the zone and hopefully get some quick at-bats from these Reds hitters.
He's already tied his career high with 16 wins. 3rd time he's reached that mark. Looking for number 17 tonight.
I mentioned his last 2 starts have been real good. He threw 112 pitches in 6 innings against the Pirates, 101 pitches in 8 innings against the Cardinals last time out.
4th time Zambrano has faced Harang this year, including opening day, and first 3 times around the Reds won. So Big Z and the Cubs are due. Another foul. Well, here was the almost catch by Norris Hopper, and you see where Derek Lee was. It might have been a double play. I hate to think it could have been a triple play if he made the catch. But as it was, Cubs were able to tie it in this game of inches. 1-2. You think about Mark Loretta's bouncer that hit first base last week. You just hope that if you get the bad breaks that eventually you get a good one or two that will even it out a little bit. The Cubs got it last night.
That's what longtime baseball people will tell you, that over the course of a long season, those kind of breaks, those freaky things, balls hitting the base, you know, guys being out of position, getting hit by throws.
Hopper hustling to be a tough play. Ramirez will make the throw, and it's late. That'll be an infield single for Hopper. He stretched that bat to 9 pitches before he singled.
He just pounds that sinker down into the dirt, but because there were 2 strikes on Hopper, Aramis Ramirez had backed up on the first few pitches of the sequence until it got to 2 strikes. He was playing in, protecting against a bunt. With 2 strikes, he backed up into a deeper defensive position and wasn't able to come in and make the play on that topper to the third base side.
That's a key category, I believe, for Norris Hopper, because he hasn't hit any home runs. His value offensively comes from getting on base, hitting for average, and I think using his speed. You know, guys like Juan Pierre, they need to do other things to make up for the lack of power, and Hopper with 33 infield hits.
With Griffey, Phillips, and Dunn in the middle of the lineup, you really don't care how your first 2 guys get on base, just so they do get on base if you're Pete Mackanin. And this is a combination that he likes to play hit and run with. It's very tough to steal on Carlos Zambrano because he unloads the ball to home plate so quickly. But the Reds may play some hit and run here.
Well, they're going to play hit and walk to first as Keppinger plunked. And all of a sudden 2 on with no outs. And Griffey coming up. And he has good numbers against Zambrano. .11 for 27 with 2 home runs, 5 doubles, 5 walks for Junior against Zambrano. One strike on Griffey. Well, a lot has been made of Carlos pitching on 3 days rest. In his career, on 3 or fewer days, he's made 1 start, but it was in 0-2 after an 11-pitch relief outing, so that really didn't count. And in August, had a rain-shortened start versus St. Louis, and then lost at San Francisco his next time out. But again, that previous outing didn't actually count. Pop foul and not a play. Another foul pop. It's strange to see Carlos 4, 5, 6, 7th in the league in strikeouts. Normally expect him to be in the top 2, 3, maybe 4. 166 on the year. He's actually tied for 6th with Ian Snell. Aaron Harang is 2nd in the league. Check swing by Griffey. Carlos has had a couple of starts this year in which he has struck out 0. He's now hit 14 batters, tied for the league lead. Griffey has had a lot of success against Carlos. Zambrano also tied for the most walks in the National League with Doug Davis, 94 apiece. Swing and a miss. There's that strikeout.
Good off-speed pitch from Carlos. Gets that downward movement. Starts it at the bottom of the zone. Just tumbles down below the bat of Ken Griffey Jr. for a swinging strike. Big out right there.
Sets up a potential double play opportunity with a right-handed hitting Brandon Phillips.
Well, this is the right guy to have at the plate. He's tied for the National League lead in grounding into double plays with 25. Ryan Zimmerman of the Nationals also with 25.
Left into center for a base hit. Hopper was actually looking back. He's going to try to score. Jones with a throw. Cut off by Derek Lee. They have Keppinger caught between second and third. And now Theriot running. Derek Lee actually will apply the tag. He started that rundown.
Phillips takes that cutter back up the middle of the field. Jock Jones' throw to home plate was wisely cut off by Derek Lee. They were not going to get the out at home plate. This rundown went on a little longer than it should have. If Ramirez goes hard at Keppinger there and tags him before he gets back to second base, Brandon Phillips has no choice but to retreat to first. He was about halfway between first and second.
So 1-zip Cincinnati, and a 1-ball no strike count on Adam Dunn. 11 for 48 versus Zambrano. 6 home runs, 11 walks, 12 strikeouts. It's kind of been all or nothing. Happy birthday, and he's going to need the Cubs to come from behind again tonight. What our opening graphics seem to indicate is the Cubs are best when they get a very early lead and then hang on. And they end up intentionally walking Dunn.
Not exactly the kind of start you hoped for Carlos Zambrano coming back on short rest. He's already thrown 22 pitches here in the first inning and looking up at a 1-0 score at this point.
Encarnacion, the batter, playing third. Slider missed. Pause. Kick in the pitch. 2-0. Carlos winning his last 2 starts, both on the last road trip, followed an uncomfortable outing here at Wrigley Field. It ended with the fans booing. Carlos didn't appreciate it. And the following day he would apologize for his criticism of the fans. But we both thought at the time that the timing of the road trip was good and that he could kind of pitch in a different setting, and he won both times and was as good as we've seen him all year. So now he's back to Wrigley Field where he has struggled and going to give up another run. Merton's throw is going to be late. Missed the cutoff man and nobody covering second base, so Encarnacion will end up there. This has been a sloppy first inning.
I'm not sure where Ryan Theriot ended up on this play. It would seem that he would be the guy to cover second base on this play. Derek Lee could not cut that throw off. It was too wide and too high. It goes all the way through to the plate, but ultimately nobody covering second base. Hey, you can see DeRosa was running over toward first base. Derek Lee was in a cut position, and you can see in your picture right there, nobody close to the bag. Jock Jones, the closest defender.
This snaps a streak of 19 consecutive starts in which Carlos had not allowed a first inning run. He gave up first inning tallies in 5 of his first 12 starts, but had been really good in getting off on the right foot. And speaking of feet, he suffered a cut on his left foot in the food room in Houston before his last start in St. Louis. However, he pitched really well in St. Louis, said it was not a problem. Soriano makes a catch out and left. Carlos not real happy with the way the first inning went. Cubs coming up, trailing 2-0.
I see skies of blue.
Some discover it through the wonder of others. Some experience it volunteering their time, while others find it through the expectation of tomorrow. It's wellness. And at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, yours means the world to us. Because when it all comes together, we want to give you the confidence to experience wellness everywhere.
What a wonderful world.
In today's luxury game, the question isn't whether or not your car has available features like a 40-gig hard drive. It isn't about sunroofs or Sapelli wood accents, pop-up nav screens, or any of that. No, the real question is, when you turn your car on, does it return the favor?
Love the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Well, they did it last night. Let's see if they can come back again tonight. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup, same as last night, 1 through 8. The one exception, Matt Mertens starting in right. That's because Cliff Floyd fouled that ball off his right calf. Seemed like he was fine at batting practice, I think, just as a precautionary measure. So we may see Cliff as a pinch hitter tonight.
A couple of changes for Pete McCannon tonight. The same outfield, Dunn, Hopper, and Griffey. Encarnacion at third base. Keppinger once again at shortstop. Brandon Phillips once again at second base. Joey Votto getting the start over at first. Javier Valentin, who has been a thorn in the side of the Cubs in his career, behind the plate today for probably the most underrated pitcher in the major leagues, Aaron Harang. 15-4 on the season. The bullpen has blown 4 possible victories when he had a lead late in the ball game.
And you begin Soriano with ball 1, fastball just off the outside corner. I'm going to vote for he is the most underrated pitcher in baseball. You think about the year he had last year. He didn't get any Cy Young votes. Led the league in strikeouts and complete games. Tied for the lead in starts and wins. And the only pitcher in the 50-year history of the Cy Young Award to lead his league in wins and strikeouts and not win the award. Past Harang on the ground, but it'll be Brandon Phillips to throw out Soriano. Harang right now second in the majors with a .789 winning percentage. Brad Penny is tops at 16-4. That's an .800 winning percentage.
And keep in mind, Aaron Harang pitches all of his home games in one of the most hitter-friendly ballparks in the major leagues.
Now the guy who got it started in the ninth with one of the best plate appearances of the season. Took a walk, very patient approach. Derek Lee followed up with a single. Triple by Ramirez, the intentional walk of Darrell Ward, and Mark DeRosa with his 5th hit of the night to win it. Ontario swings and misses. Valentin will gun to Votto. Brings up Derek Lee.
This is the Aaron Harang slider. Starts it at the bottom of the knees, breaks it down in the dirt with the 2-strike count. Gets the swing from Ryan Theriot. And Harang is the kind of pitcher, his stuff will not light up the radar gun. He's got a good fastball that consistently in the 90-mile-an-hour range, has a good, sharp, late-breaking slider. He'll mix in an occasional curve, an occasional changeup. He hides the ball very well from the hitter and just commands that fastball everywhere in the strike zone.
Hits, including 4 home runs for Lee against Harang and 32 career at-bats. Harang is 2-1 against the Cubs this year in 4 starts, but a high 5.68 ERA. He has never lost at Wrigley Field. He's 3-0.
We should point out one of his starts against the Cubs this year, it only lasted 1 inning. Came out with some back spasms in that ball game. He walked Ryan Theriot, gave up a 2-run homer to Derek Lee before getting out of the first inning, and that's the last we saw of Aaron Harang that day.
Yeah, that snapped his 12-start unbeaten streak back on July 28th. We broadcasters sometimes get too caught up in the old boxing cliche of, you know, toe-to-toe, had him up against the ropes. But this is a heavyweight battle tonight. Harang 6'7", 275. Zambrano 6'5", 255. We're not talking middleweights or featherweights or even welterweights. This is the heavyweight division.
Yeah, it's a good thing there's one on each side of the field, because if they were both in the same dugout, Wrigley would tilt to that side. And just one thing to watch for Harang tonight. Watch how many times he either hits his target or misses in his favor. He rarely makes mistakes over the heart of the plate where you can get a real good swing at him. He has given up 25 home runs on the season, but coming into tonight, only 188 base hits and over 209 innings of work.
And just 49 walks.
Yeah, rarely walks anybody.
So
he's a power command pitcher.
He limits the base runners, and that's why the home runs normally don't hurt him that much. Check swing by Lee, and he held. So his battle continues. 3-2 with Ramirez on deck. Interesting parallel with Zambrano on short rest. Ben Sheets doing the same in Houston tonight for the Brewers, and the Astros got an early run, 1-0. 3-2 to Lee, popped up. Votto streaking into foul territory, circling, and makes a catch. And the Cubs go down 1-2-3. Cincinnati 2, Cubs nothing after 1.
I inhabit the nightmares of Italian loafers. I've trodden my own path. I have stepped in bull, but never talked it. I have been rehealed, resold, but never replaced. I am a stranger to polish. I have spent more time on dirt than cement.
You're out here for a reason. So are we. Tractor Supply Company. The stuff you need out here.
What was once a measure of precision is now being taken for a little drive. An available 6-speed automatic, paddle shifters, and highly responsive electronic power steering. The Lexus IS. At your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Well, 20,000 fans received a scratch-and-win card, and 100 random lucky winners receiving a great 2007 home Aramis Ramirez Cubs jersey. Compliments of Gatorade. And our Comcast Sportsnet crew receiving Lots of yummy pizza from Salerno's on Grand Avenue. Compliments of our producer, Bob Albrecht. And I liked your line, especially with Salerno's pizza. You just keep eating it until the box is empty. We had to have it taken away. We had so much pizza. Great stuff. Javier Valentin leading off. 8-9-1 for the Reds in the second. In on the hands, pop foul beyond the netting. The Cubs can come back and win. They would get their manager Lou Piniella into a 16th place tie with Tommy Lasorda on the all-time managerial victories list. Lou with 1,598, Lasorda 1,599. Inside 3-1.
Now be careful of the celebration here. Guy caught a foul ball.
Oh, oh I'm sorry to laugh. Well, he's laughing too.
Yeah.
They were all pumped up. Smashed the glasses. Soriano won't get it. One hops the wall. Valentin will end up at second as Soriano dropped it. Should be a double.
I mentioned Valentin has been a thorn in the side of the Cubs. He's been a thorn in the side of Carlos Zambrano. Was hitting .316 coming into this at bat. That'll go up. Screaming line drive into that gap in left center field. I thought that ball might slice back towards Soriano, but he squared it up pretty good. That ball held line all the way out to the vines, and now you would assume Harang is going to put down his 10th sacrifice bunt of the season, or at least attempt to.
We sang Harang's praises in the bottom of the first, but if there's something he doesn't do well, it's hit. He's actually been better this year than in his career. 0.75 hitter, but he does get the bunt down. Carlos will pick it up and get the out at first. He wanted Valentin at third.
Carlos and Ted Lilly are the two Cubs starters that always look to get that lead man, and in his haste Carlos just fanned on that ball. May have had a play at third base. Valentin does not run well, but once he doesn't pick it up cleanly, he wisely just takes the easy out at first base. He's got away from him right there. Tosses on to Mark DeRosa covering first for the out.
Infield moves in against Hopper. Hits it foul. Use another strikeout here. One in the first inning, Ken Griffey Jr. and I probably should have looked before I talked about his strikeouts. Actually, as far as the rankings, Carlos is in pretty good shape. The best he's done, he's finished 4th in the league in strikeouts, and right now 6th. Not bad. Base hit. Right between Lee and DeRosa, and Valentin will trot home. 3-0. This crowd is very quiet.
This is the danger you run when you bring your infield in. Hopper goes the opposite way, swings late at a sinker, and because Derek Lee and Mark DeRosa are drawn in so closely on that right side, that ball just snuck through.
For whatever reason, Carlos has struggled mightily in this ballpark. 5-8. Conversely, he's 11-4 on the road. One on Keppinger.
40 pitches already in the ball game. We talked about trying to limit the number of pitches coming back on short rest. That's not going to be the case tonight.
Runner goes. They will stay out of the double play. The only out recorded is Keppinger at first. Ben Sheets leaving after 1. Apparently there was some sort of injury warming up. Not sure which inning he was warming up for, but he threw 12 pitches in the first. Claudio Vargas has taken over. So they're now in the bottom of the second. Astros leading 1-0. So Sheets, who is going on short rest, is already out. Zambrano on short rest has struggled. And it's 1-1. Well, we should probably talk about the philosophy of doing it right off the bat, because it's going to be talked about tomorrow. Was this the right move? Was it a good idea? I think we both agree that for the most part Lou has pulled in the reins on his starters throughout the season. And after the last 2 outings by Zambrano, as Soriano comes over and makes a catch right up near the padding. It was a fair ball. We'll continue our conversation when we return. It's 3-0 Reds.
With convenient flights every day, Southwest Airlines gives you the freedom to do business out of town and still come home at night.
Winston, I'm home!
Fly one of Southwest's 11 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to the San Francisco Bay Area for just $99, including new service to San Francisco International.
You are now free to move about the country. Ryan Sandberg invites you to participate in his Grand Park Kickball Extravaganza Saturday, September 22nd. To benefit families with children with serious medical conditions, visit rhinokidcare.org.
Try Arby's Market Fresh Reuben on marble rye bread or the rye wrap with corned beef, melted Swiss, Thousand Island dressing, and sauerkraut. They'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it.
Some people see style. Some people see performance. We all see something that catches our eye. Like the Pontiac G6. The same fuel economy as Camry, with even more horsepower. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Now the 2007 G6 sedan starts at $16,895. But hurry, because inventory is limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Honor your loved ones with an engraved brick on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Join thousands of others in the commemorative paver program and make your mark on the grounds of Wrigley Field. All orders come with a replica brick for your home or office. Space is limited, so order today. For complete details, visit Cubs.com or call 1-800-851-6846. This ball's going to stay in the field of play and caught. The wind helping Joey Votto. Instead of going on a play, he was able to get it. So Matt Merton will come up. He hit the big go-ahead 3-run homer on Sunday in St. Louis. All right, back on the short rest conversation, Bob. You know, this has not been done. First time Carlos has ever done this. The pitch counts have been reasonable. 101 pitches in 8 innings. Not a lot of stress in his last start at St. Louis. We're getting in the final 2 weeks here of the season, going for a division title. I didn't have any problem with the decision to have him and Ted Lilly work on short rest. But I guess the question I would pose to you is, we don't know how it's going to play out tonight. Hopefully Zeke can get it back. If he continues to struggle, what it may make Lou Piniella do is, you get into the postseason, he might be hesitant to do this again with Zambrano.
Well, the history of pitchers coming back on 3 days rest is not very good at all. I understand the philosophy. I understand the theory of having your best pitchers take the ball as often as possible down the stretch. However, if you have a number 4 and a number 5 starter that you feel confident can go out there and give your team an opportunity to win a ball game, you don't even think about going to the 3-man rotation. So the ineffectiveness of Sean Marshall and Steve Traxel, to a lesser extent, I think, have kind of forced Lou's hand into doing this. And I don't disagree with the decision, regardless of what happens over the next couple of weeks here. I think this is exactly what Lou has to do.
Cubs will probably need one more start from a 5th guy. And it would come on the last road trip next week. Well, he painted. Tim Timmons, a home plate umpire, made the call.
That's probably not the last time you're going to say that tonight about Aaron Harang. That's what he does.
Good hand for Mark DeRosa, who is 10 for his last 10 versus the Cincinnati Reds. 5 for 5 on August 16th. 5 for 5 last night, including the game winner. Fly ball to right. Griffey makes the play, and that ends the inning. 6 up, 6 down for Harang. 3-zip Reds.
A lot of car ads are focused on getting you in right now. Like, if you don't hurry, you're gonna feel like a fool. But think about how you're gonna feel when things like gas mileage, low maintenance, and resale will really start to matter to you. Like every day that you drive your car. That's when a Toyota will make you feel like a genius.
Now, get $600 cash back on a new fuel-efficient 2008 Toyota Corolla. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago.
When your vehicle's in need of service, drive to the big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Ready to go in the 3rd inning. Called strike on Brandon Phillips, a slider from Zambrano. 3-0 Cincinnati. A significant development in Houston with Ben Sheets warming up for the 2nd inning. Some sort of injury that has not yet been disclosed, and that is significant for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's their best pitcher. Number two, they don't have an off day the rest of the way. Their bullpen tonight will have to go at least 8 innings or 7 if the Astros win it after 8.5. So we'll keep you posted. We're hearing maybe a leg or a hamstring for Ben Sheets.
Yeah, it's funny, Len, you talk about guys coming back on 3 days rest, and the initial concern is always with their arm. How is their arm going to stand up to coming back a day sooner than they normally do? But I don't think it's unusual what happened to Ben Sheets. You think about the legs and how fatigued they can get, especially if you run up a high pitch count in that start on short rest. The lower back, I mean, it's a strain on the entire body, not just the throwing arm.
A wind and the 3-2 pitch, and Phillips walks. Leadoff man is on for the third straight inning. There's no rhythm whatsoever for Zambrano in the early going. Terrio playing essentially behind second base. He's actually on the second base side of the bag against Dunn. Dead pull hitter. Velocity's not a concern, but he just didn't really look good mechanically on that pitch.
Boy, had a lot of side-to-side late movement on that sinker. Normally his sinker has late movement, but it's more down than anything else. That one looked like a tailing sidearm fastball working away from Jason Kendall. He had to make a quick adjustment at the end there just to catch that pitch.
Two and 0.
I think unless we see some signs very quickly that Carlos is going to be able to right the ship, Lou's going to have to get somebody up in the bullpen. And it's one thing to overextend Carlos on normal rest, but when you're bringing him back on short rest and his rhythm has not been good since the very beginning of this ball game. He's made some mistakes over the heart of the plate early, and the Reds hit those pitches. I don't know how many pitches you can let him throw in this situation, how much deeper the hole can be. A lot of cut fastballs tonight. I'm not sure if Zambrano is doing that just to try to counteract the Reds, who are very familiar with Zambrano. They know what he throws. They know he relies on that hard sinker, hard slider, and occasional splitter, but he's thrown a lot of cut fastballs at 88, 89 miles an hour tonight and hasn't been able to command it consistently. There's another one right there. I'm just speculating. If Lou does have to go to the pen, you would expect it to be probably Sean Marshall, a left-hander, because the Reds do have 4 left-handed hitters in the lineup tonight to counteract Carlos Zambrano. So that would be one way to go.
Sean Gallagher could give you some innings. Kevin Hart probably not. He went 2 innings last night. Another walk. And really, for the first time, we've heard the Boo Birds. I think the fans have given Carlos maybe a little extra leeway tonight, especially after what happened the last time here. As they've been kind of waiting to see if he can get it together, but they're getting a bit anxious now. Don't miss any of the action as the Cubs battle the Reds tomorrow at 7:05. The first 20,000 fans will get a scratch and win card. 500 random winners will receive an autographed Hall of Fame Billy Williams photo. Compliments of Bank of America. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com.
Michael Wirtz, the first reliever to get the call in the bullpen. That's basically because the pitcher spot is due up third for the Cubs in the bottom half of the third inning. So chances are if we see Michael Wirtz in this inning, it would just be to get the Cubs out of this inning, and more than likely would go down for a pinch hitter when that pitcher spot rolls around.
I'll tell you, I hope he gets through this inning. And I say that because if you take him out in the middle of the inning, just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What happened the last time he was here?
But I do agree with you. I think the fans have been more patient than normal. I think they're trying to will Carlos to stay in this ball game and give his team a chance to get back in it. But unless he can start finding that strike zone with more consistency, I'm afraid for what might happen if Lou has to go get him in the middle of the inning.
Two and 0. And while I say that, I'm not worried about the fans' reaction. I mean, they have the right to say whatever they want. They just hope that Carlos's frustrations don't get the better of him like they did the last time here. Well, that ball went in and out of the press box. None of the writers able to make that catch, huh?
No, they all steered clear, as usual.
2-2. Still no outs. 2 on. Fans getting up really for the first time tonight. Maybe a double play ball. 6, 4, 3. 2 down. That helps.
Well, that's the way you talk about turning a double play back in spring training. Watch Ryan Theriot run at his target. He didn't just stand there flat-footed and make a long underhanded toss. He ran right at the base at second. You're always going to make a more accurate toss if you do that. DeRosa with a quick turn, easy double play.
So Phillips is at third. Joey Votto hits that ball well. Jock Jones will make the catch. That ball was knuckling on him a little bit, kind of slicing back towards center. And Zambrano gets out of the inning with no damage done. 3-0 Reds.
We need help. Can anyone hear us, please?
It really is the end of the world.
I'm gonna put an end to this.
Resident Evil Extinction. Rated R. Opens everywhere Friday.
Mercury just made the perfect match. 2 great styles, 1 great price. Take your pick. A well-equipped Mariner or well-equipped Milan, both with moonroof and 6-disc CD changer. Your choice for $229 a month. Milan earned J.D. Power and Associates' highest ranking in initial quality. And this is the safest and quietest Mariner ever. It's your choice. The Mercury Mariner or Milan with moonroof and CD changer for only $229 a month. Either way, you've got to put Mercury on your list. Okay, Dad.
Looks good.
There you go.
If only caregivers had caregivers. Fortunately, Walgreens has a variety of special services that make taking care of loved ones easier, whether they're near you or far away. Ask your pharmacist for details.
Friday, Cubs baseball plays on Comcast Sportsnet. Aramis Ramirez leads the way for the Cubs as they battle the Pirates in HD. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Pirates Friday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover Sports Night coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live and NL Central update and part 2 of Sounds of the Season about Chicago baseball broadcast history. A look at Jack Brickhouse. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs post-game live only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Hopefully you checked out the segment on Harry Carey last night, produced by Willie Parker. I was fortunate enough to help out Willie with that great piece. So Jack Brickhouse tonight. And then the current tandems in town, including us, tomorrow night. You just kept saying no comment. Thought you'd open up a little bit.
I got nothing to say. If there's no ball game going on, I have nothing to say.
First at bat for Jock tonight. 2 balls and a strike on him. Hits in 9 of his last 10, hitting at .359. It's 3-1.
I got to tell you, Len, I learned so much about broadcasting from being around Harry for the couple years I was here doing radio back in '90 and '91. I'll never forget, we had a roundtable discussion. Ron Santo and Tom Brenneman and Harry and Stoney, all of us were a part of it, and we were sitting around talking about the upcoming season and how do you think the Cubs are going to do. And of course, it's my first broadcasting gig, so I think the Cubs are going to be great. I think they're going to win the division. Jock Jones with a rocket right at Brandon Phillips. 1 out in the inning. And after we finished the taping, Harry looked at me and said, "Do you really believe that?" I said, "Well, yeah," but apparently it wasn't convincing enough, because Harry said, "You only have one thing in this business, and that's your credibility. So be careful who you endorse." Boy, not to mention the laughs that we had on a daily basis. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
That's great advice, though, received from Harry.
You know, I was saying what I thought fans would want to hear. You know, I think the Cubs are going to do well. And it wasn't that he was doubting whether the Cubs were going to be any good or not. He just wanted to make sure that that's what I truly believed, and I just wasn't saying it because I thought that's what the fans wanted to hear. Valuable lesson learned.
2 strikes on Kendall. Taps it foul. By the way, coming up this weekend, and we'll give you the stretch singers here the rest of the way. Rhino tonight on his birthday. We'll handle the stretch. We'll chat with him about his first season as a manager with Single A Peoria. Another Hall of Famer tomorrow night, Billy Williams. Then this weekend should be a lot of fun. Dutchie Carey will be with us on Friday, and she will introduce Take Me Out to the Ball Game. There will be a recorded version of Harry Carey's last rendition. This will be the 10th anniversary of that rendition at the end of the 1997 season. On Saturday, the winner of the ultimate 7th inning stretch competition will handle the duties, and then, as always, the Cubs grounds crew on Sunday, the final home game of the regular season. Harang ready, and his 1-2 offering is hit foul to the right. So the official word coming from the Brewers clubhouse in Houston: Ben Sheets left after 1 inning with left hamstring tightness. They trail 1-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Phillips has it get away, and it'll cost him. Kendall, the first Cubs base runner. It's an error on Phillips, just his 8th of the year.
Well, that's an oddity. Brandon Phillips, a guy that's making a bid for the Gold Glove Award in the National League at second base. You rarely see him make a misplay like that. Hopefully the Cubs will be able to take advantage.
Leading all National League second basemen in total chances and fielding percentage. And now Zambrano will try to help his own cause and try to assist his team getting back into this ball game. Big cut, and he missed.
Now, we'd like to see him do what he did in batting practice. See those 2 marks on the camera shed out in just to the left of straightaway center field? Those were 2 Carlos Zambrano batting practice home runs. Those are titanic blasts.
Bounced up the middle. Phillips will get there. The backhand flip, and they get the out. Are you kidding? A basketball move.
Yeah, really, that's the only option Brandon Phillips had right there. His momentum was carrying him out towards center field. If he tries to turn his body, make an underhanded flip to Keppinger, there's a chance Jason Kendall beats that at second base, but makes the dangerous no-look backhanded flip, and Keppinger with a nice adjustment to get the out at second.
Playing point guard with 2 outs. Encarnacion handcuffed. He'll pick it up. He'll throw to second, and he gets Zambrano. A couple of big defensive plays for the Reds, helping out Aaron Harang. Still no hits for the Cubs, but an error in that inning, 3-0.
love the details. But you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Lease a BMW 328i for $339 a month, now until October 1st.
Jimmy John's, America's #1 sandwich delivery. Fast Ed speaking. I'm on my way. Jimmy John's, America's #1 sandwich delivery. Freaky fast, freaky good.
Thursday nights at 11, the Moose is loose on Comcast Sportsnet.
It's just me, guys.
This whole party's out of control.
Don't miss Countdown to Kickoff with Moose and Mohammed, presented by IPA. Thursday nights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
And normally with the pitcher running at first base, the first baseman wouldn't hold him on. He'd play right behind him with 2 outs in the inning. But because Alfonso Soriano is such a drastic pull hitter, the Reds decide to hold Zambrano. He had a very short lead. And after the bobble by Encarnacion at third base, he still had time to get Zambrano at second.
We saw Phillips stretching like a first baseman at the second base bag.
In any other situation, you'd probably swing your first baseman around behind the pitcher at first base just to give yourself a little more range. But since Soriano never hits the ball that way, why plug the hole?
I usually write in my scorebook, you know, lineouts, hard hit balls, errors, big defensive plays in red. Every batter in that inning I have in red. The hard lineout by Jones, the error allowing Kendall to reach. The fielder's choice, Zambrano hit into with the great back behind the back flip by Phillips, and then that play we just showed you. So it was a bizarre inning. Called strike on Valentin. A leadoff double and later a run in the second. We're in the fourth, 3-zip for the visitors. This is Jones in left center. Now tonight's Aflac trivia question. Prior to Mark DeRosa, who was the last major league player with 10 straight hits versus an opponent. That streak ended tonight as DeRosa flied to right. Here's Harangu with a sac bunt his first time up.
It was funny talking to Mark DeRosa. We mentioned in last night's telecast, leaving St. Louis, he was very disappointed and frustrated. He felt like he should be doing more to help the team win. Didn't feel like he was swinging the bat as well as he should. He said he called everybody he knew, including his hitting coach Rudy Jaramillo down in Texas. He called Chipper Jones and some of his teammates in Atlanta, some of his teammates in Texas. He called his dad. Anybody that would listen to him, he talked to, and whatever they said, it worked.
I also asked him about that base running play. The throw from Griffey hit him. We saw Mark almost stop as that ball was trying to get to Encarnacion, and I said, what were you thinking there? He said, I was trying to get in a rundown to allow Derek Lee to score. He said he was reading Encarnacion. He figured the throw was going to beat him by a mile, so he was just going to kind of stop and try to kind of delay the play. That was a heads-up move. The ball ended up hitting him, and he was safe anyway.
That's one of those breaks like we were talking about earlier. The Mark Loretta ground ball that hit the base in Houston. The throw that hit Mark DeRosa in the back. You got to get your share of those over the course of the season. a chance for a relatively quick inning here if he can retire Norris Hopper without throwing too many pitches. Good comeback after falling behind Aaron Harang 3-0. Able to come back and get him with the ground ball to second base.
All right, here's that play.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out. Junior double pumped. He thought about going home. He ended up throwing to third, and D-Row just kind of stutter stepped right there before he got to the bag at third, and fortunately for the Cubs, the ball hit him in the leg and ricocheted away.
And Lee did score on that play. Jones with an RBI single. There are times when you think the play is going to be close and you run harder. You try to get in there just before the throw. There are other times where you say to yourself, I'm going to be out by 10 feet. And you have to make an adjustment.
Improvise.
DeRosa will charge. Throw out Hopper. How about that? A 1-2-3 inning for Big Z. So he sent down the last 5 in a row. Good sign. Still 3-0.
You hear about Fensky? No. Got hurt, missed work. Thought his major medical was enough. Poor guy. Didn't have Aflac.
What does Aflac do?
Let's say this is major medical, right? Well, see the hole? That's where Aflac comes in. Helps pay for groceries, rent, all kinds of bills. Major medical? Poor Fensky. He thought he had enough coverage.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye Lounge, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event. And now, getting the new Tahoe you want is easy. Just click and go online 24/7 to check out great offers. Find out everything you need to know and see what's under the hood. But do it now. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Get an 07 Tahoe 1LT 4x4 starting at $37,905 after $2,000 cash back. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer.
Time to answer the, well, let's tell you first about the sale of individual tickets for the 2007 National League Division Series. Cubs making the announcement today that on Sunday, September 23rd at 9 a.m. Central Time. Tickets will be available, but not at the Wrigley Field ticket office or tickets.com outlets. Tickets will be available in the following methods: by telephone through tickets.com beginning at 9 a.m. The phone number for Illinois callers, 800-THE-CUBS. That's 800-843-2827. For out-of-state callers, 866-652-2827. Terrio lifts it out to right, and Griffey will put it in his pocket. Also via the internet, you can visit the Cubs website, Cubs.com, and you can purchase tickets online beginning at 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time. A virtual waiting room will be used for all internet orders. So that's for potential Division Series games, and they are referred to and sold as Home Game 1 and Home Game 2. Dates and times of the potential Division Series games at Wrigley Field are yet to be determined. Griffey again. You ever been in a virtual waiting room?
Sometimes I feel like it.
Let's answer tonight's Aflac trivia question. Prior to Mark DeRosa, who was the last major league player with 10 straight hits versus an opponent? Eddie Taubensee.
There you go.
In 1999 with the Reds against the San Diego Padres.
I knew it had to be a catcher.
Eddie Taubensee. Wow. By the way, let me add that I think the Aflac duck has been extremely consistent all season long. The quack, his voice has sounded strong from opening day up until now.
And not only that, but the pacing as he walks across the screen. He never gets any faster. He never gets any slower. Very consistent.
He's running on adrenaline right now. Working tonight on no day's rest. We saw him last night. Cubs need a hit. They don't have one to this point against Harang. The only base runner was via the error by Brandon Phillips. One other note on Division Series tickets. Potential games here at Wrigley Field. A limited amount of ADA/wheelchair tickets will also go on sale at 9 a.m. Central Time on Sunday the 23rd. The phone number for wheelchair tickets 773-404-4107. There's the first hit. Aramis Ramirez with 2 gone in the 4th with a single.
Came on a breaking ball. A rare mistake from Harang. Left that one up over the inside part of the plate on the 3-2 count, and Ramirez smokes it into left field for the first base hit of the game for the Cubs.
So they're on the hit board. Is it true from your experience that with a guy like Harang, who generally does hit his spots, that when he does make a mistake that it occasionally works for him because it almost fools the hitter?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He has made a couple of mistakes in this ball game. He left a pitch up over the heart of the plate to Derek Lee earlier. It's just such a surprise. You become so accustomed to facing a guy, and as I mentioned earlier, the Cubs have seen a lot of Aaron Harang this year. They know what he's all about. They know his stuff. They know how he likes to pitch, and they're very used to seeing him pound that outside corner with his fastball, throw the slider down low in the dirt. And when he hangs one over the heart of the plate, you're so caught by surprise sometimes you can't pull the trigger. That's opposed to some pitchers who you'll go over in the advance meeting and you'll say be patient because he'll give you a good pitch to hit every at bat. And there are pitchers like that in the National League. If you're just patient enough to give them the opportunity to make that mistake every at bat, every hitter in the lineup should get one good pitch to hit every at bat. That's not the case with Aaron Harang.
And maybe against some pitchers on the 3-2 to Ramirez, the pitch was up. Aramis hits a home run instead of a single. Merton with a good swing. First and second. Well, we talked about Cliff Floyd last night banging a ball off his right calf, and it stung.
Yeah, it got him really, really hard. I mean, the way Cliff Floyd's been hitting the ball lately, when he puts it into play, you can imagine how hard that ball hit off of his right calf. Came out and took some batting practice today. Got a lot of treatments earlier today. They chased him around the outfield a little bit, chasing some fly balls, and it wasn't until right before game time they finally made the determination that it would be Merton instead of Floyd in right field.
Cliff's excited. He's going to break out the contact lenses on Friday for the day game. The shaded lenses work like sunglasses, but they're contacts. That's a solution to your issue with the sunglasses on the cap. Put them literally in your eyes.
Yeah, but then you get a big black cloud in front of the sun and you've got shaded contact lenses in your eyes. Timeout. I need to take my lenses out.
Fly ball, right field, and out of play.
You know, there's some things in this game so far that you just can't improve upon. And the flip down shades are so functional. I think you know, they were invented for a reason. So ball players could wear them on sunny day games and be able to see clearly. And if the ball's hit up in the sun, you just flip them down. Piece of cake.
I wish that were a misprint, but Johnny Estrada, a grand slam, and all of a sudden Milwaukee leading 5-1.
I tried to talk right through it and hope it went away.
I appreciate that. I know Cub fans everywhere do too. Well, the tying run is at the plate. And the guy who had 5 knocks last night, including his 10th home run. Down by Valentin, and it's 3-2. Runners will be moving with this next pitch. That's more like it.
They're just waiting for something to cheer about.
John Cusack in the house. There they go. Bases loaded for Jones. A 2-out rally.
Jock Jones with that line drive to second base in his at bat back in the 3rd inning. The last at bat before that he faced Aaron Harangi, took him deep.
Well, this thing has been so fluid lately. Looked like the Cubs were going to come up short last night after Milwaukee shut out the Astros. Big come from behind win, 3 in the 9th. Bad start tonight. Then you hear Ben Sheets out early. Milwaukee coming back with 5. We'll see if the Cubs can come back.
Well, I'll tell you, this wind is working the right direction for Jock Jones tonight. We know his power is to left and left center field. If Harang would happen to leave a pitch up and out over the plate where JJ could go to his power field, we could tie this one up in a hurry. Give him a lead, actually. Lost a base runner there.
1-1. Kick in the pitch. A bouncer toward the hole. Phillips can't get it. And the Cubs will get 2. That'll work. They are right back in it.
Well, I don't know how Jock gets to that ball. Down below the knees, out over the plate, reaches out and hooks it back to the right side. Big top spin bouncer, shoots through that right side of the infield. Ramirez scores easily. Merton right behind him. DeRosa advances all the way to 3rd.
I'm going to tell you something. You better hit a ball hard and in the right spot if you're going to get it past Brandon Phillips. He can really go get it.
Yeah, Phillips strong at second base defensively. Keppinger, everything we've seen from him shows that he's going to be a good defender at his position. And Norris Hopper in center field. He has to cover a lot of ground with Adam Dunn on one side and Ken Griffey Jr. on the other.
Single here would tie it. DeRosa at third base. Jones at first. The pitch to Jason Kendall. Called strike.
into it.
A couple of guys here born in San Diego. Harang versus Kendall. They ask at first base. Alfonso Marquez says no swing. Good numbers for Kendall versus Cincinnati.
A little easier for Jason Kendall because he chokes up about 1.5 inches on the bat. It's a lot easier to hold up, not to get into the physics. But if you're all the way down on the knob, just the weight of the barrel of the bat is sometimes it's just too hard to hold up.
Pretty close, and it missed. Pitcher spot next. 3 singles and a walk. Cubs back to within 1. And Zambrano looking stronger on the mound. Kendall chased. And that's strike 3 to end the inning. But Jock Jones comes through with a 2-run single, and it's now 3-2 Reds.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier.
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Kia retailer.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
Legendary off-road ability, 20 miles per gallon fuel economy, 4-year 50,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty. And now, lease a brand new 2008 H3 for $299 per month with only $1,500 down. The Hummer H3, like nothing else, at D&D Hummer, I-80 and Highway 61 in Davenport.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the Toyota Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Find out how at ytundra.com.
Let's check in on contestant number 9 in the ultimate 7th inning stretch competition, Eric Wallum from Bradford, Tennessee.
Game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back.
For it's root for the Cubbies. If they
Here's
don't win, it's a
10,
shame.
Dick Weininger from Urbana, Illinois.
3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Nicely
Go
done.
Cubbies!
3-2 Cincinnati. They bat again in the 5th inning against Carlos Zambrano, who's looking for a shutdown inning. Go to Cubs.com to vote for who you think should sing the 7th inning stretch from the booth on Saturday. The voting ends tonight at midnight. So vote now. I can tell you about Eric Wallum from Bradford, Tennessee. Said when I was a kid, my grandfather, who was raised in Chicago, told me that my Reds cap would not do if I was a Wallum. Said, what is your last name, son? I said, Wallum, just like yours. He said, then give me the Reds cap. He reached behind his chair, pitched me a Cubs cap. I've been a huge Cub fan ever since. So he's Tennessee's biggest Cubs fan. And Dick Weininger, or Weininger, I'm not sure if it's a hard G or soft G, from Urbana, said, all my friends call me Mr. Cubby. I guess after 61 years of being a faithful Cub fan, it makes me a true ultimate Cub fan. He could not go with his dad to the 1945 World Series because he was ill. So we hope you've enjoyed us introducing you to the 10 finalists over the last week or so, and jump on Cubs.com to vote now. I would have a difficult time picking one.
Every one of them was very good in their own way. I mean, you know, personally, I like the last one there, Dick. He had a lot of enthusiasm, a little gravel in that voice. Sounded a little bit like Ron Santo.
Good play by Lee. Keppinger out 3-1. Yeah, they all did a wonderful job. Very difficult decision.
And that's why we're going to leave it up to the fans.
Yep.
Hard ground ball to Derek Lee, who has to go a couple steps to his right, and Zambrano hustling over there well ahead of Keppinger for the easy out at first.
Also, Marcy Braun from Arlington Heights, who is one of the contestants, turning 30 today, so happy 30th. This would be a big week if she could win the ultimate 7th inning stretch competition. Yeah, the competition getting a lot of national media coverage. We're excited to meet the winner on Saturday. Slow start to September for Griffey. He lifts that high in the air, deep to left center. Jock Jones starting to run out of room. He's going to leap. He caught it. Pulled it out of the vines. Jones has done it on both ends tonight. What a catch.
That looked like a can of corn off the bat, but it hit so high in the air, it got up in that jet stream, started working toward those left field bleachers, and Jock Jones never takes his eye off that ball for one instant. Makes a nice leaping catch right up against the fence. We've seen some of the nicest plays in center field by both teams in this series already. Norris Hopper stole extra bases away from Aramis Ramirez last night in straightaway center, leaping up against the vines, and Jock Jones with a great catch of his own.
Going after this ball, and he'll get there. Excellent defensive inning by Jock Jones. It's 3-2 Reds.
I'm on the 415.
Let's see what kind of plane you'll be on today.
Step over there and spin that wheel. Come on.
Come on, big plane.
Woo, big plane, big plane, big plane. Big plane, big plane, big plane. No. Small plane.
On Southwest Airlines, you'll never fly in a small plane. We guarantee every seat on every flight is on a big, comfortable Boeing 737.
You are now free to move about the country. What's the difference between having fun and having none? The Midas Touch Maintenance Package. We'll change your oil, rotate your tires, and do a 45-point courtesy check, all for just $29.95. It's our lowest price of the year. Let Midas help you get the most from your car. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
GMC invites you to experience something thoroughly advanced, entirely re-engineered, totally innovative, and with the security of the best coverage in America, totally confident.
Now get 0% APR for 60 months on an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. That's over $6,500 in average finance savings. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Gail Fisher here in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get you back to the game in just a moment, but first, some other news. Tank Johnson has a new team. The former Bear defensive tackle signed a 2-year deal with the Cowboys today. The Bears play Dallas Sunday, but Tank won't be eligible to play. He's still serving his 8-game suspension for violating the league's player conduct policy. Now remember, Cubs Post-Game Live is coming up after the game. Now let's go back to Len and Bob at Wrigley Field.
Gail Carlos Zambrano bats leading off the bottom of the 5th. Cubs are trailing by a run, and this game tonight, kind of like last night, and in a lot of ways like the entire Cubs season. It's hard to just kind of put it all in a very simple capsule. Been a lot going on already early.
Well, and you have to wait till the bottom of the 9th inning to see what's going to happen. Hopefully we won't play a bottom of the 9th inning tonight, but that's kind of the way this season has gone for the Cubs. They fell behind early. It looked like they were very listless. Carlos was struggling with his rhythm out there on the mound. Offensively, they couldn't seem to get anything going against Aaron Harang, but when they did get a couple guys on base, had an opportunity, Jock Jones cashed it in with a big single through the right side to drive home 2. So stay tuned. You just never know.
Swing, strike 3. You know, we've had some fun with what the current theme is. Opportunity was a big theme on the road trip. I like stay tuned. It's a good one. It's a good motto.
Yeah, that's the way this team has been this year. Every time people are about ready to start throwing dirt on the coffin, they manage to bounce back and start playing some of their best ball of the season. And that's even happened within ball games where it looked like they weren't going to be able to get anything going offensively. Suddenly they do and turn it into a completely different ball game.
Soriano, a fastball for a strike. Didn't offer at it. Took a pitch in the first inning as well. Curveball that time. 1-1. One win on this final stay will guarantee a winning mark at Wrigley Field. Cubs under 500 at home each of the last 2 years. They need 2 wins in general for 81. That would make them at least 500. 3 wins would guarantee a winning mark, but they have much bigger goals than that. Last night suffering their 82nd defeat, guaranteeing their 7th straight losing season. They were knocked out of the wild card race, and 1 loss for the Reds either tonight or tomorrow, and they will be officially eliminated from the NL Central race. And you'll see that X next to the Cincinnati in the official standings. Full count. They've played well since Pete McCannon took over as the interim manager. 37-31. A team that was 20 under when they fired Jerry Narron. Big reason, Aaron Harang. And having a guy like Harang atop your rotation, that'll make you look good. Every manager would love to have a guy like Aaron Harang. And they just recently put up that 5 spot as that top of the 4th finally ended. By Harang. Here he comes again. And it's hit in the air. Hopper went back. Now he comes in. That's the 2nd out. Time now for the Comcast Sportsnet poll question of the night. In a must-win situation, who do you want on the mound for the Cubs? We're going to give you all 6 starters. Zambrano, Lilly, Hill, Marquis, Marshall, Traxel, 1 through 6. Text your answer to 65295. missed it, we'll give you the question again. Coming up one more time. Terrio with a 2-out single. Well, in the 4th, the Cubs got it going with 2 outs, and going to do the same here in the 5th. Yeah, back on having a guy like Harang atop your rotation. I'm sure there wasn't a point in Arizona where you said, you know, I want it to be more of a challenge, so I don't really need Schilling and Johnson. Just give me whomever.
If there was a way we could have pitched those guys every other day, we'd have done it. I mean, not to take anything away from Miguel Batista and Brian Anderson and Todd Stottlemyre and all the others who filled out the rotation there in Arizona. Pretty tough to top those, the big two of Johnson and Schilling.
And a huge reason why the Cubs are where they are, the consistency of the Cubs starting rotation. The durability of Zambrano and Lilly and Hill and Marquis, Sean Marshall. Outside. When you watch your team every day, you see all the warts. You don't see other teams every day. And when you take a step back and try to look at your team through the big picture and compare rotations and look at what everybody else is doing, this has been a very, very good rotation. Terrio trying to steal a base, and he will. A struggle for Javier Valentin. He's now just 4 for 40. And Terrio with number 27.
It's a good jump on Harang. Throw is Leighton on the shortstop side of the bag, and for whatever reason, Brandon Phillips is a full step and a half, maybe 2 steps in front of the bag at second. I mean, unless you have a runner at third base who's a threat to score when that ball goes all the way through to second base, there's no reason for that middle infielder to step in that far.
Griffey coming on. Will he get there? Yes. That's the 3rd out. Not sure if Junior knew it was a 3rd out. He was ready to throw. It's still 3-2 Reds.
I inhabit the nightmares of Italian loafers. I've trodden my own path. I have stepped in bull, but never talked it. I have been rehealed, resold, but never replaced. I am a stranger to polish. I have spent more time on dirt than cement.
You're out here for a reason. So are we. Tractor Supply Company. The stuff you need out here. What was once a measure of precision is now being taken for a little drive. An available 6-speed automatic. Paddle shifters. And highly responsive electronic power steering. The Lexus IS. At your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Things you can do with one finger. Amuse a baby. Declare your team's supremacy. Prove your sobriety. Make toast. Identify a murderer. Get to know your doctor. Save Holland.
Danke, mister.
Reallocate your entire investment portfolio with E-Trade and get free independent research. Tell your expensive broker where to go. All it takes is one finger. It's easy, it's extraordinary, it's E-Trade.
Every Wednesday and Thursday, tune into Bears Blitz on Comcast Sportsnet. Get all the latest news, press conferences, and interviews surrounding your NFC champs. You don't want to miss Bears Blitz every Wednesday and Thursday at 4:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tomorrow and Thursday, catch Bears Blitz on Comcast Sportsnet. Mark Shanowski will bring you all the latest news from Hallis Hall, including press conferences and player interviews. Don't miss Bears Blitz tomorrow and Thursday at 4:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Zambrano with 3 consecutive scoreless innings. Everything seemed to turn after a visit from the pitching coach just after he had walked Adam Dunn. Put the first 2 on in the 3rd inning. Got a double play ball and Votto lined out. And not a hit since. Mark O'Neill's coming out to check on Carlos.
Well, you saw that false start. He looked like he was going to go into his delivery, then he stopped. Adam Dunn immediately jumped out of the batter's box. Tim Timmons, the home plate umpire, evacuated the area. And right after the pitch, Mark O'Neill came sprinting out of that third base dugout.
I find these conversations fascinating. Mark was trying to do all the talking, and Carlos basically looked at him and smiled and said, "I'm fine."
He was pointing at the mound as if maybe he just landed improperly and maybe lost his balance a little bit. Well, whatever Carlos said, it was enough to satisfy Mark O'Neill and Lou Piniella, at least for the time being.
I'll tell you what, he was walking around the other day after his start in St. Louis, and very gingerly on that left foot, but he was able to start and pitch very well. 8 innings with the cut on his foot, I think right near the heel. Adam Dunn skies it foul. Those exchanges are priceless. It's like a parental thing with a trainer. Now listen to me. Don't lie to me. Are you okay? I'm fine.
You can never trust the words that come out of their mouth. You have to trust your own eyes and read their body language.
Zambrano over quickly. And that's 3-1 to get done.
Yeah, because they're always going to say they're fine. I mean, pitchers know their body better than anybody else, and if there was something wrong, I'm sure Carlos would have made Mark O'Neill aware of it, but Carlos Marmol just beginning to throw in the Cubs bullpen.
Encarnacion with an RBI single, and then he hit into a 6-4-3 double play. There's a drive by Encarnacion, and it will go more than halfway up the bleachers. That's his 14th, and it's 4-2. He got a wake-up call in the middle of the year. Going back into May, 11 games at AAA Louisville. After a very slow start, he hit .218. But since he has come back, he's hitting over 300 with now 13 home runs in 97 games.
He also got pulled out of a ball game in the middle of the game by former manager Jerry Narron for what was interpreted as a lack of effort. Didn't run out a pop-up, and Narron immediately took him out of the ball game.
Here's Joey Votto. A lot of at-bats.
He's the most valuable player at AAA Louisville this year for the Reds. Also the International League Rookie of the Year. Hit .294 with 22 homers, 92 RBIs at AAA.
Currently 14 for 35 in the big leagues.
Also stole 17 bases in 133 ball games.
Awkward swing. All right, here's Mark O'Neill. See, he's doing all the talking. I'm fine. No, I'm good. Little smile. Off the glove of Lee, and that's a hit.
Edwin Encarnacion touching up his 14th home run of the year deep into the bleachers in left field. You see Carlos's reaction out there on the mound. Well, up over 100 pitches in this ball game now, and Lou has decided that's enough.
That's it for Zambrano. Pitching change time brought to you by Jimmy John's for freaky fast delivery. Visit jimmyjohns.com.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event. And now, getting the new Tahoe you want is easy. Just click and go online 24/7 to check out great offers, find out everything you need to know, and see what's under the hood. But do it now. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Get an 07 Tahoe 1LT 4x4 starting at $37,905 after $2,000 cash back. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
Jimmy John's, America's #1 sandwich delivery. Fast Ed speaking. I'm on my way. Jimmy John's, America's #1 sandwich delivery. Freaky fast, freaky good.
Carlos Marmol is on for Zambrano. Runner at first, Javier Valentin looks at a slider strike. Outstanding numbers. 38 hits at 63 innings. The other great thing about the win last night, Bob, Wirtz, Air, Hart, and Ullman worked. Will Ullman got the win. He and Hart in particular were excellent. Lou didn't have to use Marmol, Howery, or Dempster. So they're all ready for tonight.
I can't tell you how big that is when you're able to win a ball game using your bullpen without using the guys you like to use at the end of a ball game. And that's Marmol, Howery, and Dempster. The rest of the bullpen was able to get the job done last night along with the offense.
Only Takashi Saito with the better earned run average among National League relief pitchers. They got it. How about that? He picked off Otto. Lojak caught stealing replay. The pickoff.
Yeah, just caught him between strides right there as he was taking his lead off. Perfectly timed pickoff attempt.
Lojak, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Called strike 3. That's it for the Reds. Marmol comes on, nabs Botto, the runner at first, freezes Valentin, 4-2.
The 2007 Chevy Equinox with 5-star front and side crash safety ratings. And now every Equinox comes with something Ford and Toyota don't. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Use $3,000 cash back to get a Chevy crossover, an 07 Equinox LS front-wheel drive starting at $19,865. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Friday, Cubs baseball plays on Comcast Sportsnet. Aramis Ramirez leads the way for the Cubs as they battle the Pirates in HD. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Pirates Friday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans best.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Stay tuned for Bacardi Late Night on Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for the Coors Light Cold Blast to the booth. Feels good, and a hot one from Wrigley Field. Abe Abu Khaled from Oak Lawn, Illinois, wants to know how come not all ballparks in the majors have the same home run distance. I think it's one of the great things about this game is that every park is different.
Just because, Abe.
For many years, you had the cookie-cutter all-purpose stadiums. They didn't all have the same distances, but they were very symmetrical. And while there were some great memories in a lot of those ballparks, including Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. Ramirez gets under one as Adam Dunn will go over into left center. One pitch and one out. Be hard-pressed to find anyone in any of those cities who say the old park was better.
Not to mention a lot of those cookie-cutter ballparks had artificial turf, and well, Lord only knows how many guys are sitting at home with zippers on the inside of their knees right now because of that artificial turf. Just wasn't well suited. The old turf wasn't well suited for sports, period.
Most new parks are trying to basically capture what the Cubs have in this park, or what the Red Sox have at Fenway. And Camden Yards was the first one that really tried to get that old feel, with quirks and buildings in the background. You have the Western Metal Supply Company building that kind of serves as a left field foul pole in San Diego. You have the great view in San Francisco that I think probably closely replicates, or more closely replicates, this setting than any other of the new ballparks, with all that's going around the China Basin area. And there's nothing quite like this place. Three balls and a strike on Matt Merton. And I would also add that in pretty much all the retractable roof stadiums we've been to, they've done a really good job in keeping it away from that all-purpose feel, or that symmetrical feel, which can't be easy considering you have to put a roof on it. I like that ballpark in Houston more and more every time we go there.
Every ballpark has its own personality, you know. Some of them are the life of the party. Some of them are steady eddies. And Olympic Stadium in Montreal, I'm not quite sure how to describe that place.
I believe Harry Carey once called it the mausoleum.
Yeah, I always felt like it felt like a waiting room at a hospital. Very quiet, subdued, and aseptic.
Almost like a virtual waiting room.
A lot like a virtual waiting room. Had some great teams up there at Olympic Stadium, though.
All right, once again, our Comcast Sportsnet poll question in a must-win situation. How about the final game of the playoff series, or the final game of the season? Who do you want to see on the mound for the Cubs? Zambrano, Lilly, Hill, Marquis, Marshall, or Traxel? A lot of response already. 2-out hit. All the hits for the Cubs have come with 2 outs. 65295 is the number to text your answer. Ted Lilly will come back on short rest tomorrow night. He's done it one time in his career. He is 7 innings away from 200 going into that start. Jones knocked in 2 with a single in the 4th. Larry Rothschild using the wireless communication, chatting with the Cubs bullpen. First ballpark to use wireless communication from dugout to pen. Grabbing a baseball.
Sneaking up on that pitcher spot after Jock Jones. It's catcher Jason Kendall, and then that pitcher spot.
Strike 3. Rang out of the inning. A hit, no runs. And the Reds lead the Cubs after 6, 4-2.
You've never driven anything like it. The Nissan Murano. Seamless acceleration from its Xtronic CVT transmission. You've never seen anything like it. SUV versatility, 5-star safety, one beautiful package. Lease the Murano for $249 a month or get $1,500 cash back or 1.9% financing. Feel it, see it, believe it. At your Nissan dealer now.
If you've ever lost your phone, you know that the worst part is losing what's inside of it. It's your whole world of names and numbers. Friends, family, work. Lose your phone and you're lost. At US Cellular, we understand. That's why we offer our contact backup feature, so you'll never lose your names or numbers, even if you lose your phone. We'll get your world back in your hands in no time. US Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
US Cellular connects with you.
Some people see style. Some people see performance. We all see something that catches our eye, like the Pontiac G6. The same fuel economy as Camry, with even more horsepower. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Now the 2007 G6 sedan starts at $16,895. But hurry, because inventory is limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesek breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover's Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live, an NL Central update. Part 2 of Sounds of the Season, a look at the Chicago baseball broadcasters. Jack Brickhouse, the focus tonight. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover Sports Night. Tonight after Cubs postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Aaron Harang shooting for his 16th win, has a 4-2 lead into the 7th. Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg will sing our 7th inning stretch tonight. It's now 7-1 Milwaukee. Cubs leading the division by 1. Ben Sheets left early with a left hamstring injury. Claudio Vargas has shut out the Astros over his last 4 innings. Rookie right-hander Felipe Paulino gave up 5 in his 4 innings. Ryan Braun just hit his 31st home run, a 2-run blast off Trevor Miller in the 5th. They're now in the top of the 6th. Roy Oswalt not starting in this series against the Astros, as his wife was being induced today. Woody Williams out of the rotation. So it was Matt Albers last night, Felipe Paulino tonight, and I think it's Juan Gutierrez tomorrow. A bouncer to short. Ontario throws out Harang.
Yeah, there were some eyebrows raised, if not actual questions raised, about Houston and the changes they made in their rotation for that series with Milwaukee. Major League Baseball is very insistent that you maintain competitive integrity, and when teams that are out of the race are playing teams that are in a race, they're expected to field their A team and go out there and try to win a ball game. And pulling Roy Oswalt, granted for a very good reason, and Woody Williams out of the rotation for that series, as I said, raised some eyebrows, and they may get a phone call from Major League Baseball to inquire about those changes.
If one or the other had happened without both in tandem, nobody probably says a word. And in the case of Woody Williams, he's had his struggles this year. Merton drifting. 2 down as Hopper flies out. Now Jeff Keppinger. Slider strike. Another one. This one missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. This should do it. And on his 48th birthday, Ryne Sandberg will conduct the 7th inning stretch.
Cubs Hall of Fame second baseman Ryne Sandberg.
Hey everybody, I can't think of a better place to spend my birthday here at Wrigley Field. Let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back, or it's root, root, root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. Let me hear ya, or it's at the old ball game. Let's win this game.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
Lease a BMW 328i for $339 a month, now until October 1st.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with McDonald's Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. McDonald's Sports Rise, every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I got to tell you, how cool was this? They sang happy birthday to you, Rhino, during the commercial break and in between innings as we get going here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Happy birthday.
Very cool, very cool. I don't know if there's enough cake for everybody, though, but it'd be a heck of a party if you pull this game out.
It sure would. The Cubs trail 4-2, but they were down 2 in the 9th inning before winning it last night against David Weathers. Also, congratulations, you're a grandfather now.
I sure am. Lindsay gave birth on Labor Day, and it just happened to be the last game of the season for us in Peoria, so played that game. We won the game.
And Margaret and I were able to leave the next day and go to see Joshua in Marietta, Georgia. So things couldn't be better.
Well, that's great. Well, is it nice to get a break? How did your season go as far as what you thought it was going to be?
Well, I don't know. I went in thinking, you know, I had a lot to learn. I didn't know everything that I was doing when I showed up the first day of spring training, but went out there every day and worked hard and tried to learn as much as I could. And I just think that if I was surprised about anything, it was the fact that I took so well to it and felt comfortable over a short period of time as far as going out there every day.
Cliff Floyd's going to pinch hit for Marmol. Check out the first pitch. What a great hand Rhino received, the Hall of Famer. Nice pitch to Kevin Hart.
Well, my arm's in shape after all that batting practice I threw all year, so I threw a little bit better than the last time I threw the first pitch.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. The physical demands of being a minor league coach or a manager. I mean, you're pretty much it. You throw the batting practice, you hit the fungos.
You sure do. It's a workout every day, and I enjoyed that part of it. I enjoyed the physical part of being out there and getting some exercise, working out with the guys, and to be honest with you, it took me about a month to really get the hang of throwing batting practice, but I did get the hang of it and really enjoyed it the rest of the year.
And you have a greater appreciation for all those coaches that threw batting practice to you all those years now, right?
Absolutely. That's right. It's not as easy as it looks, folks.
That's for sure.
A fifth-place finish in the first half, but an excellent second half, 40 and 30, and you tied for first, and I guess tiebreakers knocked you out, huh?
Yeah, they sure did. It was head-to-head competition. Runs scored because we actually split with the team that was ahead of us 6-6 as far as the record wins and losses. But we went to runs scored, and they edged us out that way. So did not go to the postseason. But the way that the team played down the stretch, and we played all the teams that we were battling with the last 2 weeks of the season, and we did very well, winning something like 10 or 11 out of the last 14 games against the teams that we were tied with. So it was a good finish, and it was a good experience for the players.
There's a strike on the pinch hitter Cliff Floyd, who had a home run last night. Not real sure about that call from Tim Timmons. Gary Majeski, a right-hander, up for the Cincinnati Reds. Kendall walked to start the inning, bringing the tying run to the plate. Peoria Chiefs set a franchise record for attendance. 259,784 went through the turnstiles at O'Brien Field. There's a bouncer, could be 2, 4, 6, 3, so 2 outs on 1 pitch. And Rhino, a terrific column by Barry Rosner in the Daily Herald this week. I know he chatted with you, and one of the things you talked about, maybe going back to the Don Zimmer days, the occasional group meeting. And what did you talk to your players about when you had those meetings? I know you had players shuffling in and out throughout the season.
It was various topics. It was whatever was happening. I felt like that's the way that I had to handle the team and really handle the situation was address it, and had numerous team meetings, just getting everybody focused on the same thing, so that there wasn't any wondering what I was thinking about or what we should be doing. So I found it very helpful to get everybody together as a group and talk it over and let them know what I expect and what we need to do now to go out and maybe get a win if we had a little losing streak, just things like that. And that allowed me to get things off my chest and kind of keep a clean slate all year. And it was a good way for me to handle that way for me personally. And that's the way that I needed to be successful and really have a clear head. So I enjoyed that part of it. I think the guys responded, and I enjoyed the communication part of it.
Talking about getting things off your chest, how'd you like that minor league umpire?
Well,
none of them are watching tonight. Don't worry about it.
They're not. Okay. Well, you know, they're young umpires also, and actually they did a good job. But as I noticed, being in the dugout there, you know, I was over there competing, and Bob, you know how it goes when a couple of plays don't go your way, and you feel like it's hurting your ball club or your chances for a win. You got to go out there and say your piece. So that was something that I learned to do, and hey, that was all part of the game.
You know, I don't recall. Did you ever get ejected as a player?
2 different times.
2 different times. Okay.
And how many times this year? What was the tally?
4 ejections and 1 suspension.
There's a base hit to the left.
You're on your way.
And I know Pete Van Auken here tonight. His daughter, I believe, was also in attendance tonight, and always good to see Pete. And he was just absolutely thrilled, Rhino. I mean, not only what you brought the Peoria Chiefs franchise with the attendance, but just the energy. And I know everybody was just thrilled. We got updates from Nathan Believa, the outstanding radio announcer, and you had some rehab outings down there from big leaguers. How about that being on the managerial side of that when guys would come through?
Well, that was exciting for the players on the team. They were Henry Blanco came down and had about 7 starts behind the plate. Kerry Wood came down and pitched 3 different times. It was good for the young guys to see that, and couldn't ask for 2 better guys. Henry and Woody come down, show them the ropes, show them how they go about their business, and also treat them with steak and lobster after the game. So that the guys really appreciated seeing those guys, because they did do some nice gestures with feeding the guys after the ball game, and it's kind of a tough situation because while they're down the rehab and they're taking somebody else's spot, that they would, you know, trying to work their way up and taking away some at bats. So. But it's a good learning experience for everybody.
And as far as next year, there's a managerial opening in the big leagues. Are you going to throw your hat in the ring?
I may. I just want to see what opportunities are out there and go from there. But you know, I feel like I learned a lot. I feel like it was a great experience and something that I really did enjoy.
Always a pleasure to have you here. Congrats on a great first season as a manager. You're going to be doing this for a long time.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rhino.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rhino.
Thanks, Bob.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 8 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to Philadelphia, so you can always catch a later flight. And you can count on us to get you there with our convenient nonstop flights and on-time service.
You are now free to move about the country.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
At the Chevy Model Year-End event, the last of the 07s are going fast. So you better act now. Just click and go online 24/7 to check out great offers. Then get to your Chevy dealer before yours is gone.
Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer.
Time for the Sharp Aquos detail of the game. The Cubs got their first base runner actually on an error by Brandon Phillips, but then he did that on a fielder's choice, went behind the back. What a play. And then Edwin Encarnacion got fooled a little bit, but because they were holding Zambrano on at first base, he had time to get Z at second base. That was back in the third. At the time it was 3-0. The Cubs would get 2 in the fourth, but then Encarnacion with a solo home run in the sixth. 4-2 as we start the eighth. Will Oman got the victory in game one. That's fouled by Griffey.
Clean 3-up, 3-down inning, including a strikeout in the ninth for Will Oman last night. Faced Ken Griffey in the ball game last night. Gave up a fly ball to center field. Then Phillips grounded out to short, and a strikeout of Adam Dunn to complete that top half of the ninth inning.
Well, we wish Rhino the best. His birthday today. Recently became a grandfather. Just completed his first season as a pro manager.
Well, he really seems to be happy and content. You know, I think he's found his niche. He found something that obviously he enjoys doing, and I think he's going to be great at it.
Pretty close, 1-2. Jody Davis just completed his second season as a manager in the Cubs minor league system. He was at Peoria last year and moved up the chain. High A Daytona this year. The Daytona Cubs struggled, finishing 57 and 80. Jarrett Burton, a right-hander. It's not all about wins and losses at that level. It's about player development. Nice play, Derek Lee, 3-1. Very curious to get the poll results. Your first thought would be, well, everybody's going to take the ace, Carlos Zambrano, but there's some other good choices, and that tells you about the depth of the Cubs rotation. In a must-win, who do you want to see? How about that? Ted Lilly getting 64% of the votes. Zambrano 21%. Rich Hill followed by Marquis, Traxel, and Marshall. Wow.
It'd be interesting to see if the results would have been the same had we asked that question when Carlos pitched against St. Louis last time out.
Yeah. Would have been a little bit different.
Not that Ted Lilly doesn't deserve that kind of recognition and support, because he's been so good this year. You've talked about it several times tonight, Len, the depth of the Cubs starting rotation, especially the top three. Now, Zambrano has had one of his roller coaster seasons, but when he's been good, he has been as good as anybody in the game. Lilly and Marquis, just a couple of grinders.
Second hit of the night, 5th of the series for Brandon Phillips. I think Lilly's a fine choice. I would still take Zambrano. He's the best pitcher on this staff, and in a must-win situation, I put my ace against the other team's ace, and then you take your chances. Bowman will check on Phillips. The line on Zambrano tonight, 5 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs. Just 1 strikeout against 3 walks. The other thing that complicates that question, or that question doesn't account for, is what team are you facing? Because one is a right-hander, the other a left-hander. Phillips running. The pitch is a strike. The throw is late. 32nd steal for Phillips.
Well, after a couple of pick attempts at first base, you had to figure Brandon Phillips was guessing that Will Oman was going to go home. On that particular pitch, I'd like to see my lefty use a slide step. After you've thrown 2 pickoff moves to first base, there's a good chance that a premier base stealer like Brandon Phillips is going to try to go on the next pitch. Boy, tough to see from that angle. I'm not sure if Phillips had his hand on the bag when Terrio applied that tag to the back leg. Also very tough for an umpire to determine that. He's usually watching the base, looking for the tag to come in, watching for the base runner's hand or foot to come in, and when that throw was up the line at first base a little bit, Terrio did a nice job of getting the ball and getting the tag down quickly. It looked like he might have had it on the back of that left calf before Phillips got a hand on the base.
Yeah, it looked like he was out. The other thing is Phillips was actually running on the grass. Instead of going toward the outfield side.
There's the tag. Yeah. Very odd looking slide. He went head first, but he had his hands in near his chest.
The thing about it, at real speed, it didn't look like a tag. Ontario was essentially catching the ball, and he might not have been able to tell if he actually had the glove on his pant leg, but he did. I'm not saying that Ryan did anything wrong there, but in general, a lot of times it's the presentation and not actually what happens. Last night, there was the neighborhood play where Phillips was not even close to second base, but he got the call. And Alan Trammell talks about on tag plays, you snap it. You lift that, you snap it down and lift it up, and you almost show the ball. It's so quick.
And maybe even yell, got him, as you're putting that tag on there and pulling the glove out quickly. You know, don't give the umpire a reason to second guess whether you got him or not.
Three and one on Adam Dunn. How often do you see the throw to the plate beat the runner by 3 steps, and then the tag is applied on the chest? The runner gets his foot in clearly in time, and he's called out. You never did that. You tagged him on the knee or whatever, right on the toe, left knee out. Dunn walks.
This pitching change brought to you by Jimmy John's. For freaky fast delivery, visit jimmyjohns.com.
With convenient flights every day, Southwest Airlines gives you the freedom to do business out of town and still come home at night.
Winston, I'm home!
Flying one of Southwest's 11 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to the San Francisco Bay Area for just $99, including new service to San Francisco International.
You are now free to move about the country.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
In today's luxury game, the question isn't whether or not your car has available features like a 40-gig hard drive that isn't about sunroofs or Sapelli wood accents, pop-up nav screens, or any of that. No, the real question is, when you turn your car on, does it return the favor?
Here's Kerry Wood with 2 on and 1 out. First action since he pitched in both ends of the doubleheader on Saturday. Got the win in game 1.
All right, keep an eye on Brandon Phillips back there at second base. He likes to take advantage of a pitching change and take off on that first delivery, assuming that that pitcher's so focused on throwing that first pitch he's not going to pay any attention to the runner. 3 checks at second base. Nice job. Well, that's something that shows up in the advance reports as well. How many times does a pitcher look back to second base when there's a runner back there? Some guys will look 1 time every time. Other guys alter it, look once, look twice.
It's going to bounce in front of Jones. Actually, pretty good deke by Jock. That ball kicks away from Kendall, and Phillips back to third. Here's the question. Phillips probably gets doubled off if Jock catches that ball. Were you surprised if Phillips didn't just keep running? It seemed like he hesitated as he got near third base, got a little bit into no man's land.
Yeah, once he gets out that far, you just keep going. At least that's what we always taught the base runners. If you go ahead and commit, keep running. He was out in no man's land. If Jock makes a shoestring catch, he's easily doubled off there at second base. You see him dancing down the line at third when that ball got away from Kendall. Yeah, there's really nothing to be gained by stopping 3/4 of the way to third base.
Big moment here. Cubs trying to keep the Reds right where they are.
Nice block by Jason Kendall on that slider in the dirt.
They're on their feet here. 40,801. Back. Best wishes out to Tom Mears, a lifelong Cubs fan in Gibson City, Illinois. Off of third, Ramirez in foul territory. That's a big out. The second of the 8th. And it brings on Javier Valentin.
Another good slider. Got in just enough that Votto could only pop it up to the third base side.
Jorge Cantu on deck. Harang with 106 pitches through 7, 69 strikes, 37 balls. Seen that look from a lot of Cub fans over the last week or so. I'm sure many doing that at home, watching on television on the just completed trip. A lot of tight contests. Three and one with the bases loaded. Jared Burton in the Reds bullpen looks like he's ready possibly for the bottom of the 8th. Wood trying to get there without any damage here in this inning. Big 3-1 now 3-2 96 on that buzzer.
And that's the first fastball he's really cut loose since coming into the ball game. He's been throwing some sliders. He threw a couple of straight changes, but that time reached back a little extra on that heater.
Runners go on the 3-2. That's ball 4. And he's forced in a run. That run will be charged to Oman. 5-2 Cincinnati. Cantu played in Tampa Bay under Lou Piniella. Big rip, 1-1. It's 3-3 in St. Louis. The Phillies and the Cardinals play in the top of the 7th. A wild affair last night. Cardinals trailed 11-0. At one point, they got to within 12-11, lost 13-11. St. Louis 8 games out. A 1-2 pitch, a ground ball to short. Terrio throws to Lee to end the inning. Derek will lead off the last of the 8th, followed by Ramirez and Merton, with the Cubs trailing now by 3.
You can practice risk avoidance. You can aspire to blend in quietly. You can live in, wear, and drive social camouflage. And you can believe in the philosophy that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Or you can be the hammer.
Bigger, better, bitter.
Bigger, better bundle. Bigger, better bumble. Bigger.
Wait, getting better TV is easy with the digital 2-star pack, part of the Bigger, Better bundle, with up to 43 channels of Stars and Showtime, plus 2,000 on-demand titles that you can start, rewind, pause, and fast forward with your remote.
Can't do that with a dish.
Get the Mediacom digital 2-star pack with Showtime on demand for only $9.95 a month for a year.
Call 1-800-CABLE TV. Good call.
J.D. Power Automotive Ratings. Everybody wants them. We've got them. See them for yourself in our new interactive video buying guides, now at vehix.com.
Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi there, Gail Fisher here in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get back to the game in just a moment, but first some other news. Lance Briggs is one of 5 finalists for the NFL Defensive Player of the Week. Briggs had 12 tackles, a sack, and a fumble recovery in Sunday's win. Fans can vote for Briggs by logging onto the NFL's website. And remember, Cubs Postgame Live is coming up after the game. Now let's go back to Len and Bob at Wrigley Field.
Gail, it's 5-2 Reds. And they'll go into their bullpen. Jared Burton is on.
We saw Burton in the ballgame last night. He pitched a clean 8th inning, setting the table for David Weathers, who came in to try to close the ballgame. Hey, and all the excitement of that 9th inning yesterday, I kind of lost track of the fact that David Weathers did not get it out. A leadoff walk, a base hit to D. Lee, the triple by Ramirez, an intentional walk, and then the game-winning single by DeRosa.
Strike on a fastball. Yeah, it was a long half inning, and he never did get an out. coming over, but it's up about 3 rows in. By the way, we should mention I have not heard if Wayne Krivsky, the Reds general manager, is going to go through with the protest that was filed last night. Pete McCannon, after the double switch engineered by Lou Piniella, he protested, arguing the rule. Rick Reed, the home plate umpire, was quoted in the Chicago Tribune today saying basically they didn't have a case because of that extra book. We have a rule book, as that was a sawed-off shot, and Griffey makes a catch on the run. Barrel of the bat ended up near Mike Quaddy at third base. There are 2 books. There's the rule book we have, which has a fairly general ruling regarding double switches and when you go to the mound and call for a pitcher. But then there's an extra book that the umpires have, and it seems to me, based on what I heard today, that it comes down to this was the first visit, which gives Lou a little more leeway.
Yeah, if Larry Rothschild had already made a trip to the mound, or for that matter, if Lou had already made 1 trip to the mound in that inning and that was the second trip, then he has to immediately go to the umpire to let him know he's going to make a double switch and where are the players hitting in the lineup. But since it was the first visit, according to Rick Reed's interpretation, it becomes a moot point. He's allowed to even go all the way out to the mound and talk to the pitcher before informing the umpire that he's going to make a double switch.
In Dave Van Dyke's article, as Valentin took the worst of this one. Ooh, caught his right hand, I believe, and maybe a little bit of his right foot. Read from Rule 3.5 from that other manual, quote, there is no requirement the manager or coach announce to the umpire a double switch before coming across the foul line. And then Reed would go on to say, quote, on the first trip the manager has the option, as long as he doesn't call the pitcher in and make that first move, to make the double switch after he gets to the mound. So there you have it. I didn't realize that to protest you reportedly have to pay $25,000.
That's what I read in the paper. I didn't realize that either.
Well, you don't want frivolous protests,
apparently not. No. I mean, at the time, I thought Pete McCannon had a legitimate gripe. We looked it up in the rule book that we have here in the booth. We read the rule on the air, and according to what we saw in the rule book, it sounded like Lou had made an improper double switch. But then, as you said, the addendum to the rule book that the umpires and the managers have clearly states that if it is the first visit, that was perfectly legitimate what Lou did last night.
Did you ever officially protest a game when you were the manager?
We came close in Houston. We talked about it when we were down in Houston on that last road trip about the roof and when they open it and how it provides an advantage for the home team in the bottom of an inning that's not there for the visiting team in the top half of the inning. And when I went out to talk to the crew chief about it in that particular series, he told me that it had been addressed and Major League Baseball was taking it under advisement. Protest at your own risk. So I saved $25,000.
When you hear the term taking it under advisement,
yeah,
that usually means thanks for the call. We appreciate it. Next. Fouled back by Matt. Cubs were able to get to Aaron Harang in really only 1 inning. The inning in which they scored, they had 3 hits. The 4th, Jones with a 2-run single. And this bullpen has really scuffled. And Harang getting it right into Burton's hands tonight. Foul ball, gobbled up by Corey Miller, one of the Cubs bullpen catchers.
Even the rally that the Cubs were able to put together back in the 4th inning didn't start until there were 2 outs in the inning. They've really had problems getting the leadoff man on so that you could hope to manufacture some kind of offense in that inning.
Tom Schern and Ted Lilly in Game 3 tomorrow night. And before you say Tom who, Schern is 3-0. And they've given him excellent run support. 15 runs in the first inning over his first 4 starts. 30-year-old rookie. Ted Lilly with 15 wins. It up. Phillips and Hopper. It's the center fielder to haul it in. That's the 3rd out. The Cubs go quietly in the 8th inning. The 9th inning right around the corner with the Reds leading 5-2.
Your inspiration, your support system, your brothers, your foundation, your future. Whatever your reason, drink responsibly.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the 3rd baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub.
A lot of car ads are focused on getting you in right now. Like, if you don't hurry, you're gonna feel like a fool. But think about how you're gonna feel when things like gas mileage, low maintenance, and resale will really start to matter to you. Like every day that you drive your car. That's when a Toyota will make you feel like a genius.
Now, get $600 cash back on a new fuel-efficient 2008 Toyota Corolla. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Your inspiration, your support system, your brothers, your foundation, your future. Whatever your reason, drink responsibly.
After the game, stick around for Cubs Post-Game Live. Get highlights of all the action, analysis from Dan Plesac, plus check in on Lou Piniella's post-game remarks. Don't miss Cubs Post-Game Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Had the shot all set up. Those Cub fans with shirts saying I heart Terrio, I heart Ramirez, I heart Soriano, and one said I heart Lennon Bob, but then she sat down, so we never got to see it. But trust us.
We appreciate the sentiment nonetheless.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. She knows how to get on television.
Here's Michael Wirtz, a swing and a miss from Norris Hopper.
Well, we heart you right back.
Not over yet in either ballpark, but not looking good tonight, with Milwaukee leading 7-1 at Houston in the home half of the 8th, and here it's 5-2 Reds in the top of the 9th. There's strike 3.
Good sharp slider, the signature pitch from Michael Wirtz. Starts it in the strike zone at the knees on the outside corner. Looks like a pitch you're going to have to protect against, and then just dive bombs out of the zone.
By the way, with Hopper getting most of the playing time now at center, Ryan Friel was knocked out of commission earlier in the year with a right knee injury, and Josh Hamilton with a sprained hamstring, probably done. Assuming Hamilton is finished for the year, his numbers 292, 19 homers, 47 RBIs. Keppinger strikes out. He hasn't done that a whole lot. His 198th at bat, just his 10th punch out.
Very similar pitch to the one that got Hopper. Looked like a strike at the knees on the outside corner. You start the bat and the ball just disappears.
Is going to get back up on that horse. And he'll face DeRosa, Jones, and Kendall.
Series for Junior so far, only 1 for 9. His one base hit did drive home a run in the 6th inning yesterday.
Two and two. Hoping for a Cubs comeback. There's a base hit. Scott Air grabs a baseball. Night for Brandon Phillips, both ways. Big defensive play earlier, behind the back pass to get an out at second. Away from Kendall, and Griffey to second.
I think the ball got to the dirt right there. That was that slider on the outside corner. Once again, looked like it had a little extra late movement. Kendall just didn't catch it. Kind of tipped off the end of his catcher's mitt, hit him on that right shin guard, and ricocheted over into the Reds on deck circle.
Charged with a passed ball, his 4th as a Cub. Other scores here now. Another loss for the Mets, 9-8 at Washington. One thing they accomplished tonight is they didn't commit an error. They had 10 over their last 2 games combined. The Mets have now dropped 5 in a row. There's still 3-3 in St. Louis. Phillies and the Cardinals in the 8th. With a win, the Phillies will draw to within a game and a half in the National League East. Dodgers lost at Colorado 3-1.
And you want to talk about the cardiac kids. The Phillies have 81 victories going into play tonight. 44 of those are come from behind wins. They have a very powerful offense that can overcome a lot of deficits on that pitching staff.
Wirtz is 2-2 on Phillips. Here's the next pitch. Bounce that one up there. Cleveland beat Detroit again 7-4 the final. Looks like that race is just about over. A 6.5 game lead for the Indians. Yankees shut out Baltimore 12-0. Blue Jays over the Red Sox 4-3. Yankees are 2.5 out. Phillips lets the bat go after striking out all 3 outs. Strikeouts for Wirtz. Last chance for the Cubs, trailing by 3.
Some people see style. Some people see performance. We all see something that catches our eye. Like the Pontiac G6. The same fuel economy as Camry, with even more horsepower. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Now the 2007 G6 sedan starts at $16,895. But hurry, because inventory is limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
You hear about Penske? No. Got hurt, missed work. Thought his major medical was enough. Poor guy. Didn't have Aflac.
What does Aflac do?
Let's say this is major medical, right? Well, see the hole? That's where Aflac comes in. Helps pay for groceries, rent, all kinds of bills. Major medical? Poor Penske. He thought he had enough coverage.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Well, this heat's not letting up, folks, so you might want to get home with those air conditioners.
Day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The Nissan drive of the game was in the 6th inning. Edwin Encarnacion with the first Reds homer in the series, their 195th of the year, his 14th. That made it 4-2. The visitors would add a tally in the 8th inning on a bases loaded walk. Jason Ellison plays left for Dunn. David Weathers hasn't recorded an out in the series. Blew the save, took the loss last night. Stay tuned. That's the theme tonight. Here we go. Strike one. Brewers are adding on 9-1 in the 9th. Home runs tonight from Braun, Jenkins, Estrada, and Weeks. Estrada with a grand slam. That game in Colorado was at first a 2, and in the game tonight, Dodgers leading 7-5 in the 7th. Here we go. Here we go. Leadoff single. And that makes Mark DeRosa 7 for 8 in the series.
That tailing fastball starts on the outside corner but strays back over the heart of the plate, and DeRosa just drills it through that left side of the infield. I just mentioned it a little while ago, Cubs need to get the leadoff runner on to have an opportunity, and DeRosa does just that.
Outside on Jones. And a battle for 4th in the American League Central, and the Royals have jumped ahead of the White Sox with a 3-2 win tonight. Two and nothing. Double barrel action for the Reds. Majeski, and the left-hander is Bill Bray. Phillips with the flip, Keppinger the turn, and the throw pulled. Votto off first base. The timing might have been thrown off on the backhanded flip by Phillips, and Keppinger not able to make a clean relay throw, so only 1 out.
That's an awful long backhanded flip this time from Brandon Phillips. You can see where he's positioned. His throw was a little bit of a changeup, forcing Keppinger to come across the bag and bend down to get to the ball. That gives DeRosa an extra step or two to get on top of him, and his throw was errant to first base, allowing Jock to reach.
One strike on Jason Kendall. Rob Butcher, the Cincinnati Reds Director of Media Relations, just announced that the Reds have formally filed their protest after last night's game. Jones is going to run. Keppinger will throw to first and get Kendall. 2 outs. Darrell Ward will pinch hit. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director is Dave Turner. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager in the booth, Christine Charbonneau. Our technical director, Chris Kentner. The executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Cornell Jr. Great work by our entire crew all season long. Outside, only one more home broadcast here on Comcast Sportsnet. That'll be Friday afternoon against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And we'll have 3 of the final 6 here on Comcast Sportsnet on that last trip. A couple of other quick scores of note in the National League. Arizona shutting out the Giants 4-0 in the top of the 5th. The Padres lead at home against the Pirates 4-2 in the 3rd inning. Called strike comes down to the final swing here. Also, Atlanta edged Florida 4-3 at Turner Field. Jones, the runner at second. The Cubs trail by 3. Ward needs to get on, and the tying run will come up, and there's a home run hitter, Alfonso Soriano. That is not going to happen as Ward takes a called 3rd strike, and this series is even 1-1. So after that big comeback last night, no such occurrence tonight. The Cubs trailed early 3-0 as Aaron Harang beats Carlos Zambrano. Well, a battle of aces, and we understand now no filing fee for the protest. So apparently that report not accurate, so it doesn't cost the Reds anything. Not sure that's going to go anywhere, but they do get the win in Game 2. Big rubber game tomorrow night, Bob. Well, they got to come back and get those bats going once again. It's no surprise that Aaron Harang was able to stifle the offense tonight while he was in the ball game. That's what he does. Yeah, Zambrano obviously not on top of his game, especially in the early going. He did settle in nicely through the middle, but just had trouble getting into a rhythm out there early, and the Reds made him pay. So the lead right now is just a half game. But they're in the bottom of the 9th in Houston, and the Brewers lead the Astros 9-1. So the most likely scenario would be a tie for first starting play tomorrow. But who knows? The game is not over yet. Would take a miraculous comeback by the Astros. So that'll do it for our game coverage tonight. Stay tuned for post-game live. Once again, the final score, the Reds 5, the Cubs 2. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be Friday at 1 o'clock for Cubs pregame live. The Pirates come to town to start the final home series of the regular season. Jason Marquis will pitch for the Cubs. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Postgame Live is next.
So no magic in the bottom of the ninth tonight. Looks like
different than last
we will have a tie once again to top the NL Central. Mark Shanowski, Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studios. You'll hear Lou's post-game press conference next on Cubs Postgame Live.
And we invite you to stick around after that show for Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up, Len Casper will feature legendary Chicago broadcaster Jack Brickhouse. It's part of his Sounds of the Season series.
Take Johnson has a new NFL home, and he could provide some information that could hurt the Bears this Sunday night.
Speaking of the Bears, rookie tight end Greg Olsen will update us on his status for this week against the Cowboys.
Plus, we'll have clubhouse reaction from Wrigley and an update on the injury to the Brewers pitcher Ben Sheets. It's all coming up after Postgame Live with a subdued Gail and Dan, which comes your way after this.
I wanted to add something new to our relationship, but I was afraid to bring it up. Then a close friend turned us on to KiaMatch.com, and in just minutes, we found the perfect companion for both of us.
The Kia Sportage. I felt so safe.
And with 28 miles per gallon, we could just go forever.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Kia retailers.
Ask for Pennzoil. Get an oil change with 5 quarts of Pennzoil and a Fram filter for just $12.99 at AutoZone.
Of course Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can insure. Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
At the Chevy Model Year-End event, the last of the 07s are disappearing fast, so you better act now. Just click and go online 24/7 to check out great offers. Then get to your Chevy dealer before yours is gone. Get this fuel-efficient 07 Cobalt Sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum, if you're going to drink, be responsible. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
No ninth-inning heroics for the Cubs this time as they fall to the Reds. 5-2 is your final from Wrigley Field. Carlos Zambrano, an off night for the Cubs ace. Hello and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac here with you. So, Dano, this time no comeback for the Cubs. Just not a good night for Carlos Zambrano, and the offense obviously couldn't overcome that deficit.
Well, I think it was really simply a matter of he was outpitched. Aaron Herring outpitched Carlos Zambrano. He had a very strong performance against St. Louis in the last series on the road. He wasn't able to duplicate that, and it was really the same Zambrano that we saw a lot of the season. 5+ innings, 5 1/3, 100 pitches, 57 for strikes, and I'm not sure if all those pitches, and he's a maximum effort pitcher, and I don't think the 3 days rest, and I know that there's going to be a lot of debate on, was that the reason why he wasn't as sharp as he was in St. Louis? I don't think that that had anything to do with it. He's a young guy, he's a strong guy. It was just a matter of he wasn't able to throw strikes consistently, a lot of deep counts, and really with the exception of the game that he had against St. Louis last week, this has kind of been the MO of Carlos the last month and a half, and they have to somehow in the short term get this fixed because they're desperately going to need him in these last 10 games.
And Zambrano not really all that comfortable at home. The last time he pitched at Wrigley Field, of course, is when he got booed off the field, criticized the fans, and then came back and apologized for it. So it seemed like the fans maybe were going to boo him off the field tonight. However, they cut him a little bit of slack. Let's take a look at our Felco pitching recap by the numbers, Dan. As you mentioned, 5 1/3 for Zambrano, 7 strong innings for Harang. Once again, Harang out pitching Big Z, and I don't know if he's distracted at Wrigley Field. When you take a look at his numbers away from Wrigley and at home, there is a big difference in terms of wins and losses and how he pitches.
I mean, you can look at that, but I think, you know, when you look at the whole body of work for the whole season and you look at the slow start that he was off to in April and May, it would lead you to believe that he's not able to make adjustments during the course of the game, in the early part of the game, to get himself back on track. Then he was as good as any pitcher in June and July. And I'm not sure that right now he's able to, what every pitcher has to have their toolbox. Their keys that make them work, landing on your front foot, throwing off front foot contact, staying balanced, staying relaxed, throwing off a strong front leg. And I'm not sure if he's able to make adjustments on the fly to correct things, Gail, because it was really inconsistent in April and May, then really good in June and July. And with the exception of the game that he threw in St. Louis, you know, it's been really hit or miss. And once again, a lot of pitches.
Again, Dan, in St. Louis, he gets the win there. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, as we have the board here on the road, he's 11-4, 5-9 at Wrigley Field. So somewhere along the way, Zambrano's just not feeling the love from the home crowd.
But you're a numbers person. See, that's the thing. You're looking at, and you know what? And you look at that graphic and you try to figure out, you know, why is he such a better pitcher looking at the numbers on the road as the pitching at home? I don't know what the question is, but I don't know what the answer is. But to me, with the exception of that run that he had in June of July, he really hasn't been that dominant guy that we saw the back half of the season last year. And where that guy came from in June and July, you know, he's going to have to find this. And they're running out of schedule. He's probably going to have 2, maybe 3 starts left, and he's going to have to find some magic awfully quick.
Yeah, we know the questions surrounding Carlos Zambrano. We just don't know the answers. Not sure the Cubs skipper does either. Time now to go inside the Cubs clubhouse, brought to you by United. Here's Lou Piniella.
I thought he was fidgety when the game started. And once he settled in, he threw the ball fine. We went out there to check him. I thought he had cramped up again. But he said he had taken a bad step off the rubber. But yeah, he looked a little fidgety early in the ballgame.
Harang gave you one chance in that one inning. That was about it, right?
We didn't do much. He had a few chances to score. Just didn't take advantage of it fully, but he pitched well. What can I say?
Do you think the fidgety thing was just because he wasn't?
I don't know. I don't know. I thought he settled down and was throwing the ball well till he gave up the home run. I don't know.
All right.
Anything else?
Well, I guess it just seems like this thing's determined one way or another to just be nip-tucked.
Well, look, I mean, you're not going to win every game. And if Milwaukee wins every game the rest of the way, they're going to win. It's plain and simple. We said we needed to win series, and that's what we need to do. I mean, you're not going to win every day. And if the other team wins every game, well, then they're going to win the division, period. So, I mean, you go out there and you play, and you try to win as many games as you can. And that's all you can do. Tonight we faced a good pitcher and he shut us down. What can I say? 14-4, 15-4, whatever the heck he is. He shut us down. And tomorrow we'll come out and play again.
Well, and that's a great point by Lou Piniella. You need to win series. The Cubs can still win this series against the Reds. And you just hope that the Brewers start to cool off. There was a period of time, Dan, when the Brewers couldn't buy a win. Now suddenly they're on that hot streak again, and you're looking to them to lose a game.
Well, one of the things the Brewers have done all season long, Gail, they've been a terrible team on the road. The key is what they have done all year is they can hit. This is as good a hitting team as there is in the National League. You could rate them 1-2. The Brewers and the Philadelphia Phillies are two teams that can really pound the baseball. Pitching is another story, and that is what has Milwaukee. If Milwaukee would have kept on that pace of scoring runs and gotten some good pitching right now, they would have been sealed and mailed in already, but they haven't been able to do that. And I think it gets to the point now where you get a little nervous as a fan because you're seeing the schedule start to dwindle down, and this is a big game for the Cubs tomorrow. Lou touched on it. I think if the Cubs win every series the rest of the way, win 2 out of 3, they're going to win this division. And so many things can change. You can be really up one day. You come off a great win last night, come from behind, and you have this letdown today. I wouldn't say this game got away from you. This was a game that simply Harang outpitched Carlos Zambrano. Couple that with a Brewers victory, and now you feel like you're back tied for first place. But this is the way it's going to be all the way through till game 162.
Milwaukee cruising along, but they did get a bad break tonight. Let's take a look at the highlights. Brew Crew facing the Astros.
This was the last
chance to pull into that first place tie, but early trouble for Ben Sheets. He grabs his left leg after a warm-up pitch in the second inning. So Sheets would try to stretch out the hamstring and throw a warm-up toss, but he didn't feel good enough to continue, and he leaves the game. But still, it was all about offense for the Brewers. Johnny Estrada with the bases loaded in the fourth takes Felipe Polino out to right. A grand slam home run. The Brewers hit 4 homers, and they win it 9-1. So here's a look at the National City NL Central standings. Brewers and Cubs in that first place tie once again. You notice the Brewers only 78 in the win column. They're actually 2 games down on the Cubs. They'll play every day for the rest of the season. Dan, well, the Cubs will have 2 days off between now and the end of the season.
And unfortunately for the Cubs tonight, Roy Oswalt was scratched. His wife was having a C-section, and so you looked at this matchup this morning, seeing Roy Oswalt against Ben Sheet. That didn't happen. And tomorrow's starter Woody Williams for the Astros has been taken out of the starting rotation. I think what the Astros are trying to do is get a look at some of their young players. But really, this is in the hands of the Cubs. You can't look for help from any other team that's playing Milwaukee. You have to assume every day that you go out there that the Brewers are going to win. And if the Cubs take care of business and play the best the rest of the way out, they don't need any help. And they haven't needed any help for about 40 games right now. They put themselves in a position in early August that if they play the best the rest of the way out, they're going to win. And if they don't, you'd like to get some help every once in a while, but really their destiny is in their own hands. If they play well, they're going to win this.
All right, Carlos Zambrano does have 16 victories on the season this year, but he did not have a good outing tonight. As we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac Opinion poll question. Who is the Cubs ace? Is it Carlos Zambrano or is it Ted Lilly? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your vote, and we'll have the results later in the show.
For every Cubs victory this season, National City is proud to make a donation to Rhino Kid Care. Please visit rhinokidcare.com.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 33-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 33-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 32-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 32 miles per gallon or higher, starting at just $12,630. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
Try Arby's Market Fresh Reuben on marble rye bread or the rye wrap with corned beef, melted Swiss, Thousand Island dressing, and sauerkraut. They'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
GMC invites you to experience something thoroughly advanced, entirely re-engineered, totally innovative, and with the security of the best coverage in America, totally confident.
Now get 0% APR for 60 months on an all-new 07 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. That's over $6,500 in average finance savings. For more information, visit gmcdrive.com.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast.
Do you want to talk to me?
Then you'd better pay attention.
Because I may be the one you're looking for.
You know, the one who's interested in buying what you have to sell.
And chances are, you'll only find me with cable because more people like me are watching the channels that mean something to them.
They don't find that with broadcast.
And you may not find me with broadcast.
Get it with cable.
Want better value, precision, and results from your advertising? Call On Media today.
Everyone has friends. There's online friends. Friends to go out with on a Saturday night. Friends to hang out with and do nothing. Friends who show up on moving day. And then there are the friends who'll be there if someone is dealing with a mental illness. Are you one of those friends?
At Menards, you'll find a huge variety of products to help improve your home. Give trim, floors, and furniture lasting protection with Minwax polyurethane. On sale, $18.64 a gallon. High-resolution countertops are on sale. They have the luxurious look of granite at an affordable price. Choose from 9 edge styles and over 40 colors, starting as low as $14.39 a linear foot. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till summer with your big card.
Save big money at Menards.
Ryan Howard, 185 for him with 10 Ks. Mike Cameron hitting just 167 with 11 strikeouts. And Mark Mulder, 0 for 2 with an 11.57 ERA. Carlos Zambrano had a bad night for the Cubs tonight. Here he is talking to the media at Wrigley.
Good. You know, my first time, but I felt good. I felt good, and you know, just make my first 2 or 3 innings, I was too rushed, and you know, I had to be in control of the situation, but you know, but I felt good. I felt real good, and I thought.
Fidgety early on. Would you agree that you were fidgety?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was trying not to make a mistake, you know, and I think, like I say, like I always say, you know, I like when somebody hit a, you know, hard line drive, a home run. You know, of me, I don't like when I see those chopper like bunt, you know, and bloopers. I don't like those hits, you know, and but that's part of the game, you know, and there's nothing I can do about it. Just get the next hit out, and it was a good game. I mean, you know, Harang was good today, and you know, somebody had to win.
Would you start this again, Carlos? Would you like to come back in 3 days again sometime?
Yeah, why not? I mean, you know, I hope the next time it don't be Cincinnati, I mean, anybody else. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, whoever's coming, I mean, I feel good. Like I said, I feel good, and trying to make the adjustment next time.
Carlos, did it make a difference to you seeing the fans give you a warm reception like you were hoping for? Do you feel like things were repaired there?
Well, I mean, I said that this the other day. You know, this is a, you know, greatest fan of baseball, and you know, they have the right to do whatever they want. You know, they pay to see a good pitcher. They pay to see a great show. You know, and we're still in first place. That's the only thing that matters right now. And you know, we're gonna come back tomorrow and do our job.
All right, Big Z and the Cubs take the loss 5-2, the final at Wrigley. As we go to break, let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs.
Winning Schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
Fred Flintstone, an employee of Slate Rock Gravel Company. His wife, Wilma, a stay-at-home mom. Yet on this working man's salary, how did Wilma afford a necklace made of huge rocks?
Mr. Slate pays well, but he doesn't pay that well.
An investigation would reveal that Fred had the Flintmobile insured with Geico, saving the couple untold amounts of money. Their friendship with the Rubbles would soon become strained.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
What's the difference between having fun and having none? The Midas Touch Maintenance Package. We'll change your oil, rotate your tires, and do a 45-point courtesy check, all for just $29.95. It's our lowest price of the year. Let Midas help you get the most from your car. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
Some people see style. Some people see performance. We all see something that catches our eye. Like the Pontiac G6. The same fuel economy as Camry, with even more horsepower. The new Pontiac, designed for action.
Now the 2007 G6 sedan starts at $16,895. But hurry, because inventory is limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause. Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Here's our Geico quote of the day from Cliff Floyd talking about Cub fans. He says they probably have more anxiety than any of us as players, so hopefully we can eliminate some of that, maybe by playing some games where we have a little cushion at the end and everybody can relax and have a beer and chill out. Didn't happen tonight for the Cubs as they lose it 5-2. Let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll question. Earlier in the show, we asked who's the Cubs ace, Carlos Zambrano or Ted Lilly. You, the fans, say? Wow, 78% say it is Ted Lilly. Big Z has lost the faith of the Cub fans. Ted Lilly pitching in the series finale tomorrow. Dan, he's also going on 3 days rest.
He has been the Cubs' most dependable and most consistent starter all season long. He's had a terrific year, one of the best free agent signings in any team in baseball. A terrific sign. He's pitched up to his contract.
All right, series finale tomorrow against the Reds. Our next telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet is on Friday. For Dan Plesac, I'm Gail Fisher. Sports Night with Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski is coming up next.
It's finally here, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance. The perfect time to grab life in the Dodge vehicle you've always wanted. From the all-new Avenger to Caliber with 32 highway miles per gallon. Get some of our best offers of the year on our most fuel-efficient lineup ever. Right now, get $3,500 cash allowance on Dodge Charger RT. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance ends soon.
Ven, papi, desátame de una vez. ¿Dónde has estado? Te he estado esperando por más de una hora. Al menos me hubieras llamado.
Jimmy Jones.
Los niños se están comportando como demonios.
Jimmy
Estoy
Jones,
enloqueciendo.
ayúdame, por favor.
¿Cómo quieres que
¡Pronto!
¡Jimmy
Jones! Jimmy John's, America's #1 sandwich delivery. Freaky fast, freaky good.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. Enrico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. Enrico's how we go and go and go.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Ryan Sandberg invites you to participate in his Grand Park Kickball Extravaganza Saturday, September 22nd to benefit families with children with serious medical conditions. Visit rhinokidcare.org.
You've never driven anything like it. The Nissan Murano. Seamless acceleration from its Xtronic CVT transmission. You've never seen anything like it. SUV versatility, 5-star safety, one beautiful package. Lease the Murano for $249 a month or get $1,500 cash back or 1.9% financing. Feel it, see it, believe it. At your Nissan dealer now.
U.S. Cellular Bears postgame live after every game on Comcast Sportsnet. Thanks, best friend.
Hi, I'm Ted Lilly of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
He's a star player, and he's extremely important in our recipe for winning this thing.
Carlos Zambrano returns to the mound on short rest, and Jock Jones gives Big Z a lift at the plate and in the field.
He's going to lead. He caught it. Pulled it out of the vines.
He had a unique way of capturing it all. Even though it was on TV, you could see it.
And we continue our Sounds of the Season with Jack Brickhouse. Len Casper chronicles a man who gave a lifetime of memories to the fans. Plus, Greg Olson gets closer to a return for the Bears.
You know, just take practice one day at a time.
We welcome you with open arms for Sports Night now.
This is Sports Night, presented by Land Rover. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Yep, it is. Thanks for hanging with us. Welcome to Sports Night. Mark Shanowski and Pep Boyle along the way. Tank Johnson may get a chance to get back at the team that just released him. We'll have the latest from the Bears in just a bit.
But the roller coaster ride continues on the north side. We start out with the first place Cubs. Carlos Zambrano making his first start at Wrigley Field since he was literally booed off the mound after that Labor Day loss to the Dodgers. Also, his first start on just 3 days rest. How would he do? Zambrano hadn't won in front of the home fans in 2 months since way back on July 18th. Top of the first, already a man out for Cincinnati, and Z plunks Jeff Keppinger. Never a good idea. Later in the inning, 2 on, Brandon Phillips lines one to center. Norris Hopper scores. Keppinger eventually tagged out in a rundown, but it took so long that Phillips made it to second, and that wound up costing the Cubs a run because after Adam Dunn walked, Edwin Encarnacion singles to right. Phillips scores Zambrano and the Cubs in an early 2-0 hole. Top of the second inning now, and it's Hopper at the plate. He comes up with a seeing eye single through the right side. That will bring the catcher, Javier Valentin, in to score. And so it's 3-0 Reds. Cubs have to work from behind in this one. Red starter Aaron Harang just cruising along until the 4th. Then the Cubs load the bases with 2 outs, and Jock Jones comes through, bouncing one past Phillips and into right field. Aramis Ramirez and Matt Merton both come in to score. Cubs pull within 1 at 3-2, and the big crowd is back in the game. That brings up Jason Kendall, but he can't come through with runners at the corners. He strikes out to end the inning. They have to throw him out at first to make it official. Top of the 5th, Zambrano settling down, getting some help. Ken Griffey Jr. deep to left center, but Jones up against the ivy. Nice grab there, hauls it in. And Zambrano waits for Jock, says thank you very much after the half inning. Top of the 6th, Zambrano leaves one up in the zone, and Encarnacion makes him pay. That's way up in the left field bleachers. Number 14 for Encarnacion. Z gives up 4 runs in 5 in the 3rd innings. Lou Pennell says he did all he could. Bottom 7, Cliff Lloyd pinch hitting as the tying run at the plate. But not this time. Harang gets him to bounce into a routine 4-6-3 double play. The home run streak would end tonight. Then in the 8th, the Reds get some insurance. Kerry Wood on in relief, but he walks Valentin with the bases loaded. That will force in Phillips. Reds go on to win, evening the series at a game apiece. Lou Pennell sees his team fall 5-2. Not a great outing for Big Z, but he was cheered when he left the mound in the 6th inning. He gave up 4 runs on 7 hits, and maybe in the telling stat of all, he only struck out 1 batter. Cincinnati has won all 4 games this season when Reds ace Aaron Harang squared off against Zambrano.
When the game started, and once he settled in, he threw the ball fine. We went out there to check him. I thought he had cramped up again, but he said he had taken a bad step off the rubber. But yeah, he looked a little fidgety early in the ballgame.
I felt good, and you know, I just make my first 2 or 3 innings, I was too rushed, and you know, I had to be in control of the situation, but you know, but I felt good. I felt real good.
So the Brewers had a chance to pull into a first-place tie by beating the Astros down in Houston. Some early trouble for Milwaukee ace Ben Sheets. He grabs his left leg after a warm-up pitch before the 2nd inning. Sheets would try to stretch it out, toss a warm-up pitch, but he didn't feel good. And the coaching staff decides, you know, let's get you out of here right now. But the Brewers offense had his back in this one. Johnny Estrada, bases loaded in the 4th inning, and he takes rookie Felipe Paulino out to right field. That is a grand slam home run. The Brewers 4 long balls on the night. They are hot once again. They beat the Astros 9-1. So we're back to a tie for the lead in the National League Central. The Cubs with 10 games left, Milwaukee 12. You saw Zambrano's poor numbers against Cincinnati this season. Well, Z will face the Reds again next week in Cincinnati. The Brewers face another rookie pitcher in Houston tomorrow, while Ted Lilly faces the Reds on just 3 days rest.
It was just a matter of time before somebody in the NFL gave Tank Johnson another chance. The former Bears defensive tackle signed a 2-year deal with the Dallas Cowboys today. Now, you won't see him this Sunday night at Soldier Field, but he could give Wade Phillips and the Cowboys some insight to that Bears playbook and scheme. Tank still has to finish serving his 8-game suspension. It's not clear what Johnson is allowed to do with Dallas before the league reinstates him. He will have the next 6 weeks to learn the Cowboys' nose tackle position. Tank's agent said tonight his client is thankful to the Cowboys for giving him this opportunity. He's very determined to prove they made a wise decision in believing in him, end quote.
We shall see. Tuesday is the normal day off for the Bears during the regular season. But for top draft pick Greg Olsen, getting extra rest isn't a top priority right now. Olsen's still working his way back from that sprained knee he suffered in the Bears' final preseason game. If all goes well this week, he should make his NFL debut Sunday night against Dallas.
From the beginning, just range of motion stuff to now full speed running and cutting. I mean, the trainers at the Bears are the best. They've done a great job with my rehab, and I feel great. We're cautiously optimistic that we'll be able to play this weekend. You know, nothing's definite yet. We're gonna just take practice one day at a time. But we're feeling really good about where we are right now.
And the Bears back on the practice field tomorrow. Lance Briggs was all over the field against the Chiefs on Sunday, making 12 tackles. He also had a sack and a key fumble recovery. For that great effort, he's been nominated as one of 5 finalists for the NFL's Defensive Player of the Week award. Now, fans can vote for their choice on NFL.com until 3 o'clock on Thursday. In other Bears news, the team signed running back P.J. Pope to the practice squad. Pope was on that unit for the first half of the 06 season after signing on as an undrafted free agent. The Bears also cut wide receiver David Ball from the practice squad to make room for Pope.
Mike Ditka wasn't promoting Chardonnay, cigars, or any casinos today. Iron Mike was back on Capitol Hill as he continues to lobby for improved benefits for retired players. Former Bears coach was joined by fellow Hall of Famer Gale Sayers, and their crusade is being heard. Players Union Chief Gene Upshaw asked Congress for greater authority to approve disability claims.
The system is broke. Fix it. They know what's broke. They know how to fix it. We're not talking about the money. Everybody knows the money's there. Fix the system. Don't make proud men beg. Don't make them jump through hoops. They have dignity. Let people live out their lives with some respect. That's all I'm asking.
I do not blame anyone for this failed system, but we will all share the blame if we don't pull together and fix it now while these players are still alive and in need.
Coming up next, our Cubs postgame live analyst Dan Plesac explains why Carlos Zambrano's struggles were not because he was pitching on short rest. Plus, does Cubs general manager Jim Hendry think the schedule favors his Cubs over the final weeks of the season? His answer might surprise you. And we'll check in on the White Sox. They scored 11 runs in one inning last night in Kansas City. Would the offensive surge continue tonight? We've got the highlights. Plus, our Sounds of the Season series continues. Len Casper looks back at the Hall of Fame career of broadcaster Jack Brickhouse.
Jack taught us as children watching WGN and Cub games, taught us baseball and taught us the nuances of being a Cubs fan.
Land Rover Sports Night is brought to you by your local Land Rover dealers. The adventure begins at your Illinois Land Rover retailer today.
Roll stability control, cornering brake control, patented terrain response. Despite the probability that you won't, the LR2 is designed for the possibility that you will. The all-new 2008 Land Rover LR2, starting at $34,700. Limited time finance offers available now at your local Land Rover Center.
Tomorrow, Central rivals square off in Kansas City as Jim Thome and the Sox square off with the Royals, followed by U.S. Cellular White Sox postgame live. White Sox Royals tomorrow night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Ryan Sandberg invites you to participate in his Grand Park Kickball Extravaganza Saturday, September 22nd to benefit families with children with serious medical conditions. Visit rhinokidcare.org.
What's your reason for calling Empire today for vinyl siding? Quality brand name products? Our vinyl siding is energy efficient and maintenance free. Immediate installation? You can trust Empire today for a professional installation in just 2 weeks. On a budget? Save with warehouse direct prices plus no payments till 2009. Quality products, immediate installation, and no payments till 2009. All great reasons to call Empire today. Call now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by U.S. Cellular. We connect with you.
Seen him all year. Now he's back to Wrigley Field, where he has struggled and going to give up another run. Merton's throw is going to be late.
Big Z struggled out of the gates tonight, pitching on 3 days rest. Cubs ace gave up 3 runs in the first 2 frames. He did settle down until the 6th inning when Edwin Encarnacion took him for a ride. Z giving up 7 hits, 4 earned, 3 walks, just 1 K. He's now 0-4 against Harangue this year. Here's Dan Plesac on Zambrano tonight.
I think the key to tonight's game was simply that Aaron Harangue simply outpitched Carlos Zambrano. I know there's going to be a lot of people raising the question, was it because Carlos Zambrano was brought back early on 3 days rest? I don't think you saw anything differently from Carlos Zambrano tonight that you haven't seen most of the season. His pitch total, 100 pitches in 5 1/3 innings. He was in trouble early in the ball game, and really with the exception of a couple of starts over the last 2 months, he hasn't been that dominant pitcher. 1 strikeout only tonight. He hasn't been the guy that we saw in June and July that was able to shut teams down, strike out 9 or 10, give up 3 or 4 hits through 7 or 8 innings. And they're going to have to hopefully find that guy in the next 2 weeks because they're desperately going to need the good Carlos Zambrano the remaining 2 weeks.
All right, Dan, thanks. General Manager Jim Hendry is the guy who completely rebuilt the Cubs roster this past offseason. We all know about the big money free agents Hendry signed, but the Cubs have also received important contributions from their minor league system. Hendry talked with the panel at Chicago Tribune Live earlier this evening. He says he doesn't really believe the remaining schedule favors the Cubs.
As you look at the schedule, you know, in 04, everyone said you had the easiest road and you didn't get there. Do you put any stock into the schedule, or you just play them how they are?
Yeah, I don't put any stock in anybody has an advantage. The Cincinnati Reds have gotten the better of us the last couple of years. We've had a lot better record against the Cardinals and the Brewers than we have the Reds. So this is a great ball club offensively, and the nights when you're facing a Harang and a Royal, you got your hands full. And I come from the theory that it's not who you play, it's when you play them. And certain clubs are hot at certain times, and your matchup aren't as good as others. So it really doesn't matter. I don't think we have any advantage at all in the schedule. At the same time, I don't think Milwaukee does either. It's just time to line up and play your best baseball.
It's big-name guests all week on Chicago Tribune Live. Tomorrow, Bears receiver Muhsin Muhammad. Thursday, the chairman, Jerry Reinsdorf, will join us in studio. And on Friday, White Sox GM Kenny Williams, Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, Steve Stone, and Jerry Azuma. So make your plans to join us at 5:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Sox and Royals. I know you were watching this game, Mark, over on CLTV tonight. Gavin Floyd still trying to post his first win since returning to the rotation. Bottom first. Royals already up one. Billy Butler adds that lead. Two more score here as KC builds a 3-0 lead. We move to the 6th inning. Sox down by 2 with 2 on. Darren Erstad grounded to short. He hustles down the chalk and prevents the double play from ending the inning. Josh Fields scores. Sox within a run. Bottom 6, Floyd settling down, facing David DeJesus. Gets him to bounce into the 6-3 double play. Floyd gave up just the 3 runs over 6 innings. In the 7th, the Royals starter Gil Mesh became the first KC pitcher to log over 200 innings in a season since 2003. 1 earned run over 7 for him. Royals win 3-2. Sox are back in the basement and back on our airwaves tomorrow night at 7.
Temperatures are expected in the 80s all week, but don't tell that to any of the Blackhawks players and coaches. They're going to be very busy out on the ice, all kinds of practices and preseason games coming up. Denny Savard beginning his first full season as head coach, and tonight he sent his young team out on the ice in Columbus, Ohio, the preseason opener against the always tough Blue Jackets. Hawks did all their damage in the second period. Troy Brouwer pushed one in the net on the assist from Tuomo Ruutu. And later in the period, Cam Barker finds his way in front of the goal. He slaps one in. Hawks offense working well in the first preseason game, both power play goals. Patrick Lalime with the save here. He had 23 in the game, and the Hawks take their preseason opener 4-3, your final from Columbus.
Coming up on the show, the Cubs could not overcome Big Z's early struggles tonight. We'll head back to Wrigley for more reaction to their 5-2 loss to the Reds. Plus, Jack Brickhouse has one of the most famous calls in baseball history coming up next in our Sounds of the Season series. Family and friends remember the life and career of the Hall of Fame broadcaster that made hey so famous.
People stop me on the street, regale me with stories about what an impact he made on their life when they met him.
But now it's time for the Land Rover Big Question. Tonight's loss gave Carlos Zambrano 29 decisions this year. Who was the last Cubs pitcher to have more than 29 decisions in a single season? You will remember the name. We'll have the answer later in the show.
You have to be here.
You've never driven anything like it. The Nissan Murano. Seamless acceleration from its Xtronic CVT transmission. You've never seen anything like it. SUV versatility, 5-star safety, one beautiful package. Lease the Murano for $249 a month or get $1,500 cash back or 1.9% financing. Feel it, see it, believe it. at your Nissan dealer.
When your vehicles are in need of service, drive to the big QC sign. Trust your vehicle to a group of technicians with over 30 years of experience in the Quad City area.
Locally owned and operated, we're your neighbors. Our kids go to the same schools. We shop in the same stores. QC Auto Service Centers. Same great service, same great locations for over 30 years.
Drive to any of our 3 Quad City locations. We'll treat you like family.
QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
J.D. Power Automotive Ratings. Everybody wants them. We've got them. See them for yourself in our new interactive video buying guides, now at vehix.com.
Give your home the old world stone look at Menards. Dutch Cobble and Holland pavers work together or separate and are great for any landscape project. Holland pavers come in 5 colors, 3 for 99 cents. Small Dutch Cobbles come in 2 colors, 2 for $1. Finish your landscaping with 8-inch Dawson retaining wall blocks in 5 colors, 79 cents each. Or step up to 16-inch diamond retaining wall blocks, beveled or straight cut in 3 colors, $4.44. Use our touchscreen Design It Center to get started today.
Save big money at Menards.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Everybody on the edge of his seat here at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. Watch it now. Strike 3! It's a no-hitter for Kenny Holtzman. He did it again.
Welcome back to the show.
Was that high def?
That was in high def, and we love the Chiron, the no-hitter.
Crystal clear.
That was pretty good stuff. In the earliest days of sports broadcasting, a young man from Peoria, Illinois, was on the cutting edge of just about everything. 5 decades later, Jack Brickhouse is recognized as one of the most unforgettable voices in Chicago sports.
TV voice of the Cubs, our colleague Len Casper recaps the career of the hey man himself, Jack Brickhouse, in our Sounds of the Season.
As Willie Mays was the Say Hey Kid on the field, fans of the Windy City heard the sounds of the Hey Hey Kid behind the mic. For decades, when there were few celebrations on the playing fields of Chicago, John Beasley Brickhouse brought joy and optimism to each game he broadcast, a standard of excellence that would thrive for more than 40 years.
To this day, no one has really ever been able to emulate his voice. There have been a lot of other people that, you know, they say, you sound like so-and-so, but not Jack.
Long before his service in the broadcast booth, Jack Brickhouse began his legendary career in his native Peoria as a teenager. In 1940, his hiring by WGN Radio happened at a time when television was about to become the dominant medium of broadcasting. The voice of Brickhouse was a constant sound throughout that evolution.
A gentleman by the name of Bob Elson was also in baseball's Hall of Fame, sent Jack a wire to this effect. Need help in Chicago. He was broadcasting for the South Side for the White Sox. If asked, you know everything about baseball. The upshot of it was Jack had never broadcast baseball before in his life. He put the Bradley Braves on the map doing basketball. Well, he got the job, and he never left baseball, and he never left Chicago.
I think growing up in a sort of a vaudeville age in Peoria and understanding what that meant and what it meant to be a radio broadcaster and really have to illustrate and explain in detail to people what was going on, and sort of then cutting his teeth into television.
Aparicio has a step on second, throws to first. The ball game's over. The White Sox are the champions of 1959. A 40-year wait has now ended. The White Sox have won it. The White Sox have won it.
His excitement was infectious and the soundtrack for some historical times. And while Brickhouse called the action for World Series games, he was never able to do so for the team closest to his heart.
Some of my earliest memories as a child, sitting on my dad's lap in front of the TV, watching Jack Brickhouse, the hey call, Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, Billy Williams, those kind of guys. It was special. I mean, he had a unique way of capturing it all. Even though it was on TV, you could see it. It was like a radio broadcast on TV.
Jack taught us as children watching WGN and Cub games, taught us baseball and taught us the nuances of being a Cubs fan, because if you recall back then, the Cubs generally weren't very competitive. There were years they were, but most of the time they weren't. He taught you what it meant to watch Ernie Banks' fingers on the bat and the nuances of the game. So even if the team wasn't performing as well as they should, there were still a lot of reasons to be a Cub fan. And Jack, that's what made Jack one of the greatest broadcasters in history, because he helped sell beautiful Wrigley Field. He helped sell Cub baseball decade after decade when there was a drought.
And the Bears battling for the championship. Back goes Wade. He waits. He throws a lob pass. It is caught by Ditka. Right near the flag. Touchdown! Touchdown! Hey!
Another crown jewel on the Brickhouse resume, 24 seasons of Chicago Bears football. He and radio partner Irv Kupcinet spent their Sundays with the Bears from the Wrigley Field 50s to the Soldier Field 70s.
In 1954, he did a World Series game on a Saturday, flew back and did the Packer game against the Bears on Sunday, and flew back and did a World Series game on Monday. He was just unbelievable. And one of his best-known voices was when Willie Mays made the catch in the '54 World Series. That's Jack Brickhouse doing the call. So he was not just Chicago, though he really made his niche here. He was a national broadcaster.
He was a total broadcaster. Interesting. WGN television, which was his home base. Guess who received the only international award in their 50-plus year history? The old sportscaster. Do you know for what? An interview with the Pope. Jack did it all. He said, you know what? Maybe one of these days I'll have to go to work.
Brickhouse retired from the booth in 1981, and 2 years later, Cooperstown called, and the kid announcer from Peoria capped off a prestigious career, earning a place in baseball's Hall of Fame. Besides all the broadcasting of ball games, he'd do the news as well. It was nonstop motion. So I wasn't really aware all that much when now that I look back on it, see little signs about how it was difficult for him to rise up out of a chair and lost his balance sometimes. Well, what was happening is a brain tumor was growing. And we were getting ready to go to, of all things, Harry Carey's funeral. The surgery takes its toll. It's the old adage, the operation was a success, we lost the patient. So Jack Brickhouse did not die of the brain tumor. He died of a heart attack. His heart gave out.
She requested that I play at his funeral, and I did the Dream the Impossible Dream and Hey Hey Holy Mackerel. And I tell a story, and it was written in the paper. Jack gave me 35 years of thrills. I gave him 2 songs. But it was such an honor for me to have bestowed on that, and I'll never forget that, that's for sure.
Well, that's the great thing about the Hey Hey sign on the foul pole. It creates conversation about who Jack Brickhouse was. And hopefully, when that question's asked by a younger person, I know when my son or daughter asked that question, I'll explain to them that this is one of the greatest broadcasters in history, but Jack taught us baseball through the television.
Jarvis fires away. That's a fly ball deep to left. Back. That's it. That's it. Hey, hey! He did it. Ernie Banks got number 500. A line drive shot into the seats and left. The ball tossed in the bullpen. Everybody on your feet. This is it.
1998 was the year that marked the true end of an era. Cardiac arrest claimed the life of Harry Carey in February. 6 months later, that same ailment would cause the death of 82-year-old Jack Brickhouse. Both men wore their emotions on their sleeve of being regular fans who happened to be broadcasters. It cannot be denied that their legacy has made an everlasting impact on the city of Chicago and beyond. Now, in our third and final part of Sounds of the Season, it's the play-by-play of today. You'll get a chance to hear the untold stories of the modern-day broadcasters. Do we really get along? Find out on the next Sounds of the Season. For Comcast Sportsnet, I'm Len Casper.
All right, Len, thank you, and thank you to producer Willie Parker. I'd like to extend a special thanks to former Sox and Cubs pitcher Steve Rainbow Trout for providing us with some rare Jack Brickhouse footage for that feature we just saw there. Steve continues to be very active in events taking place for both the North Side and South Side fans. To keep track of what he's up to, check out his website, stevetrout.com.
Coming up next, we'll head out to Wrigley Field for more post-game reaction to the Cubs' loss to the Reds tonight. And we'll tell you when Cubs playoff tickets go on sale and why the skipper, Lou Piniella, is not catching Cubby fever when he walks around town these days.
Wake up to rivalry and wake up to McDonald's. Get any 2 biscuit sandwiches for just $3.
Sarah, what do I do about this? I can't take my car to those dealerships. They charge huge inspection fees and keep it for days.
Hey, I've got a guy. He'll inspect it immediately for free.
Sarah Fisher, what do I do about this?
Could be a transmission problem. Don't worry, I got a guy.
I got a guy, best in the business. I got a guy, he really knows. I got a guy.
I got a guy. I got a guy.
He's double A, MCO.
Don't be so uptight. We'll do you up right.
Ultimas, Maximas, Sentras, 0 APR for 60 months now.
Bob Royman. Arlington Nissan in Buffalo Grove, just 1 mile east of Route 53 on Dundee Road. There's an easier way to get transportation.
Quests, Titans, Pathfinder, 0 APR for 60 months now.
Bob Royman. Arlington Nissan in Buffalo Grove, just 1 mile east of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope.
What makes my wife Margaret and me emotional is seeing kids in hospitals. That's why we helped start Rhino Kid Care.
The first time I saw a child smile on the hospital bed, I knew I wanted to help.
When the worst fears of parents come true, Rhino Kid Care works to help a whole family live through the crisis. Join the cause.
Ben Gordon rebounded. Gordon's down on the move.
Two Big Mac sandwiches for just $3.
There's a drive by Encarnacion, and it will go more than halfway up the bleachers. That's his 14th, and it's 4-2.
El Zambrano struggled early, then gave up that solo shot to Encarnacion in the 6th as the Cubs fall to the Reds 5-2 at Wrigley tonight. They're now tied once again for first with the Brewers, who beat Houston 9-1, as Z remains winless at Wrigley since July 18th.
I know it's a tough thing to do, to go out there on short rest like that, and you know, I thought he made some good pitches early on, and just really didn't get the breaks. And then he did settle in, and he threw well. Yeah, gave us a chance to win.
We knew it was going to come down to the wire. You know, we still have a chance to win the series, and that's all you can ask. So come out tomorrow, forget about tonight, and try to win the series.
Earlier reaction to Land Rover big question. The loss tonight drops Zambrano's record to 16-13 on the year, his 29th decision. We want to know, who's the last Cubs hurler to have more than 29 decisions in one campaign? The answer is Greg Maddux. Went 20-11 back in 1992 on his way to his first Cy Young Award.
Yeah, he was pretty good. Matter of fact, still is. National League Central race could go down to the final day of the regular season, but you won't have to wait that long for a shot at home playoff tickets. The Cubs will sell tickets for 2 potential opening round home games at Wrigley Field this coming Sunday at 9 a.m. But don't go to the ticket office. They're only available either by phone at 1-800-THE-CUBS or online at Cubs.com. And doing his best Jim Mora impersonation, Lou Piniella says don't even ask him about the Cubs playoff roster.
We haven't even once discussed a playoff roster. This will be the first time you and I talking about it that it's even been brought up.
These playoff tickets went on sale today. Do you sense going out around town that there's some anticipation?
I didn't go out much today, so I don't I don't know anything about it.
I think Lou's got to get out more. Maybe take a walk in the morning. We're coming right back with our play of the day.
Land Rover Sports.